it's me, mayohosko, coming to you at 60 frames per second in 4K resolution. No sugar, no filler, just real whole egg, and welcome to my channel.
Mayohosko, it's your boy, JP.
Real whole egg. Everybody say real whole egg. Real whole egg.
Real whole egg.
Real whole egg.
There we go. Capture that, Mayo. That's for you. That's for you.
Everyone say real whole egg at the same time. 1, 2, 3.
Real whole egg.
Sweet. I'll cap that and then add it to the intro.
That's kind of fucked up though. It's a little off-centered.
Everyone on the panel say it at the same time. Okay.
Oh, okay.
What are we saying again?
Real whole egg.
Whole egg.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Real
Whole egg.
Egg.
Close enough.
Well, if you don't mind me saying, a little bit of no sugar, no filler, a whole lot of real whole egg coming up on these Fridays.
Hello, Miss Zambi here, saying real whole egg. Mayohosko channel. Go check it out.
Real whole egg. There we go. I don't know what else you want. Wait, why am I... Are you talking about like what goes well with mayo? Also, how did you even come up with the name Mayohosko? Like, do you just love mayo? I don't know.
Rolling into the chat, we got to give a shout out. No sugar, no filler, just real whole egg. Splat out. That's what I'm talking about. Mayohosko. 2 whoop salute, Mayo. Welcome to the jankiness.
For Mayohosko, I give you a real whole egg. Wait, where did all these other eggs come from? What in the name of the Emperor is going on?
Everyone make sure to send in your videos of saying real whole egg, and I'll add you to the intro. Thank you. Well, I'm not sleeping this time. I'm not sleeping through my own streams. Welcome back, everyone, to Real Whole Egg. This is episode 16. And finally, at long last, we will build the Galaxy Explorer today. I've been waiting for about 2 months now. I could see 600 subscribers within reach, and 2 months later, here we are. I'll finally be able to start building the Galaxy Explorer. But before we do that, I need to finish the Easter flower pot, which should take about half an hour. And if we get Johnny G into the chat, I do have some snacks for some mukbang. Got Arnott shapes and mini Oreos. So someone tell Johnny G that I'll eat those if he shows up into my chat. Let's get the music rolling. I remember to turn the banner on this time. Anyway, so I've had a mixed week. At the start, I was really busy with homework. I was able to get that done. I was able to do my presentation, and I was the only one presenting on that day that actually stuck to the time limit, because as a YouTuber, I'm very meticulous with my scripts, and I use that for my university presentations or whenever I have to present something. So I'm very good at refining my scripts to meet a threshold cap limit for the timing, and so I think that definitely came into place. So yeah, put that in front of me. Who do we have in the chat so far? So we have Studsidious, making jokes about ACOB and Pandemonious Panda. Hello. So, what are the juicy conversations? I wish. I know exactly what you're talking about. I always go hard in the paint, and that's why people like me, because I call it like I see it. Exactly. Get that hashtag trending, everybody. Yes, I do quite like Ninja with the Bricks' intro for Will Hoeg, and if anyone else wants to do their own intro for Will Hoeg, just to film yourself saying Will Hoeg and anything else in that's not offensive, and send it to me via my email as an MP4 file, and I'll add it to the intro. Yeah, if only. If only. Yeah, because for those who don't know, a couple of Brickheads used to have about 400 subscribers, and then because they are a good quality program, they got 200 more because people like myself kept on talking about them and were willingly promoting their channel because they have really good conversations on their podcast, and the community was able to get them a further 200 subscribers. And then they got M&R Productions to come on, because M&R Productions is quote unquote king of Lego Star Wars in the Lego community. And a couple of Brickheads talks about Star Wars a lot on their podcast. So M&R Productions reached out to everyone in his Discord server, I think, and got a couple of Brickheads about probably more than 1,000 new subscribers. They once averaged 20 viewers per stream. Now they average 80 viewers per stream. So yeah, that's the context about everything that Stud City is referring to right now. And so if anyone out there wants to join me and my wittiness and all the other conversations we have here on Will Hoeg, I trust my subscribers to not be spammers. So there's the invitation link in the pinned comments. If anyone wants to come join me. So we're going to open bag 2 of this. Because we didn't get done building it last time. And given that you're here, Studsius, while I build, pieces keep rolling away from me. While that you're here, Studsius, while I build bag 2, I'm gonna do an early edition, a pre-edition of rotten eggs, because I've got something that's been on my mind that I have to let go.
This one is a rotten egg!
Rotten eggs!
It's rant time.
Okay, let's break it down, everyone. Stop talking about Taylor Swift! Stop it! Just stop it! Can you not see through all of the bullshit in the world? The reason why Taylor Swift is a billionaire is because she's really good at what she does. She doesn't make the best music in the world, but she makes pretty damn good music. And the reason why people think her music is better than what it actually is, even though she's more popular than ever, but when she wasn't as nearly popular, that's when she was getting her albums to be platinum label. She hasn't gotten any of her albums to be platinum label for over 10 years now. All of her platinum labels, which I really like. I like her platinum albums, and so does RIA, which is the Recording Institute Association of America. RIA really likes that music, and I really like that music. But she was not as popular back then because she didn't know how to market herself as good back then. Now she does, and that's how she's a billionaire. And she has made a living off of dating people and then writing songs about them when she breaks up with them. And everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. But the most important question right now is, does Redcoat Kyle know that? Kyle.
Oh, buddy, how you doing?
Do you know that cashews come from a fruit? No. That Taylor Swift has made a living off of writing breakup songs.
Of course she has. I mean, if you listen to most of her songs, they're either A, breakup songs, or B, love songs. So, I mean, it's a good way of getting at audiences. So, you know, because every human being kind of goes through it. So
yeah, and I will openly say I much prefer her love songs over her breakup songs. And I don't think it's a surprise that majority of her love songs came from 2007 to 2013, which the late 2000s, early 2010s was when she was getting platinum labels on her records.
Right.
Don't think that's a surprise at all. And so Travis Kelce is arguably the greatest tight end in NFL history. I will still say it's Rob Gronkowski, because Rob Gronkowski has more Super Bowls than any tight end in NFL history.
And most of those is with the Pats.
Yep, 3 Super Bowls with the New England Patriots, 1 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, just because the only reason he came out of retirement is because Tom Brady moved to the warm sunshine state that is Florida. And so not only is Rob Gronkowski the greatest tight end of all time, actual greatest of all time, if you go by the numbers and career achievement combined. He is also the smartest tight end of all time, because he followed Tom Brady wherever he went, who is the greatest quarterback of all time. Sorry, Joe Montana and Peyton Manning and Aaron Rodgers and Johnny Unitas and John Elway and any other quarterback that I have in my top 10. I'm sure if Stud City has ever made his way back onto the panel, we will talk more about the NFL when it comes to them. But Travis Kelce knows exactly what he's getting himself into. He knows it's a dead-end relationship. Taylor Swift nor Travis Kelce thinks they are going to marry each other. They don't ever see themselves having a long-term future. None of that. They know exactly what they're doing. As Stud Sidious would say, take a drink of alcohol, everybody. It's a marketing strategy. Just had to get that out there. It's a marketing strategy. Everyone knows that the only reason Taylor Swift does anything is because of marketing. The only reason she goes to the MTV Music Awards is because she gets paid to. The only reason the cameras film her dancing to trashy Cardi B songs and trashy Doja Cat songs and satanic Sam Smith songs is because it gets her clicks on the interwebs. It's all carefully planned, carefully crafted, and all of the Swifties fall for it. Do you think that Taylor Swift, a billionaire who has multiple platinum albums, really thinks Cardi B and Doja Cat is good quality? Do you really think that? Of course not. Of course not. The only reason she would be caught dead doing any of that. The only reason she would be caught dead going to a New York Jets game. I'm gonna throw all of my shade at the New York Jets right here. The sorry, pathetic flyover state team, which is somehow even worse than the unironically gold standard team that is totally the New York Football Giants. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm just gonna pull out all of the stops to make fun of New York football right now. Yeah, the only reason she would be caught dead going to a New York Jets game is because of marketing. And she is a Philadelphia Eagles fan, so that's one good thing about her. Fly Eagles fly, and all that jazz. Because we are going back to the Super Bowl. We are going to go back to the Super Bowl. I'm going to tell you that. It's not like all of those so pathetic, nauseating, disgusting Dallas Cowboys fans who always say, you know we're going to the Super Bowl, right? Yeah, no, that's not going to happen, Cowboys fans. Apologies to LeBron James and Omar Epps and all of those other big Hollywood personnel who like the Cowboys. Yeah, that ain't going to happen. Yeah, it's all just a marketing strategy. Travis Kelce is going to live in infamy because of it. His jersey sales are already up 400%. I'm sure he's got millions of new followers on Instagram and Twitter X if he's on those platforms, because that's the power of the Swifting. Anyway, I just needed to let everyone know it's all just a marketing strategy, and the corporate media has fallen for it, much like how corporate media falls for everything. Hello, Mikey J, just doing a massive rant about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. The only reason I care at all is because it affects something I love dearly, which is the National Football League. It's a great game of football.
Well, you want to know what's even funnier? Is
what?
I'm American and I don't even follow football.
Yeah, that's because instead of figuring out strategies for airing it out and grounding it out, you're figuring out strategies for the next Civil War reenactment. Also, speaking of Civil War, did you hear that Greg Gutfeld jokingly called for Civil War because of all of the crime? Did you hear about that?
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, so for those who don't watch Fox News, of which I don't either, I only hear people making fun about Fox News. Apparently, Greg Gutfeld was so fed up with the crime in Philadelphia that he referenced how once upon a time the American people got so fed up with something in the system, that they had a civil war, and history repeats itself. So who knows what could happen there?
Well,
People are saying that he insinuated having civil war over all of the crime right now, even though stats show that crime, even though it spiked recently, is still not as near of what it was 30 years ago in the midst of the LA riots. And there was no civil war then. So yeah, he deserves to be made fun of. Even though there are some good things that Fox News says, that was not a good moment for Fox News.
Well, my only question is that does he even understand what the American Civil War, granted, I don't do the Civil War, I do the Revolution, but does he even understand what the Civil War was about? Because 9 out of 10 times when you ask someone, they'll say,
"Oh, you do the Revolution War, not the Civil War." Okay.
Yeah,
I got those confused.
And that's just it, though. The two is that if you ask a person, hey, what was the Civil War over? 9 out of 10 times, people will say slavery. I am sorry to disappoint everyone. It was not.
It was about the South wanting to secede, and slavery was just a product of the South wanting to secede. People get that wrong all the time.
Well, yes. The South wanted to secede from the United States for numerous reasons, but 9 out of 10 times people will say it's because of slavery.
Even though it's not.
Very seriously sorry for anyone that says that, because that's not the only reason even.
It was just a byproduct.
Yes, slavery was a reason, but it wasn't the reason.
And when the Union won, they all drank stone wine when Johnny came marching home. And then after that, they created the Transcontinental Railroad, and they had the golden spike in 1865, because the West met the East along the California Zephyr. They had the golden spike, which was probably the most famous moment in American railroad history. And then Amtrak was eventually formed about 100 years later, when Richard Nixon founded the whatever the statute was that created Amtrak for the 100th anniversary of the Golden Spike. And for those who have watched my Lego train videos, you know that I use the Amtrak livery for all of my passenger train stock. The only reason I care about the Civil War at all is because of the Golden Spike. Because I like trains. Hello, Lego Team B.
And speaking of trains, I know you want to set up a schedule for, I believe, in November to talk about trains.
Yeah, because because I hope to get the Galaxy Explorer built before Halloween. I know exactly what I'm gonna do for the Good Morning Brick World Halloween habitat.
So not to be a spoiler to anyone, but hey, guys, keep an eye out.
Yeah, because last year they held the same competition, but instead of 16 by 16 by 16, it was 8 by 8 by 8 with the proper habitat standard. This time they're not following the habitat standard, and they're doing 16 by 16 by 16, and you don't need the connectors. They did not specify you need the connectors for the habitat standard.
Stud said I would like one of his tattoos. It's the old colonist join or Die Snake from the 13 Colonies. That is awesome.
Yeah, and so since I bought the money tree because of that Jstifer review, and also shout out to Jstifer. Thanks for noticing that I do these streams at this time now. He's been in the chat recently. I saw on my last stream he actually came into the chat at the end, and I felt really guilty afterwards.
And I apologize if I'm not talking a lot. I'm setting up minifigures for Halloween.
Yeah. So in the money tree, which Jstifer convinced me to buy because of his review, there's a lot of the main reason I wanted the money tree is because of all the pumpkins. Because I knew eventually one day I'd want to build a pumpkin patch. And so when Good Morning Brick World announced they're doing the Halloween mock contest again, I was like, this is the perfect time to build that pumpkin, to build that pumpkin patch.
All right.
So I'll be building a pumpkin patch on the side while I'm building the Galaxy Explorer. I also have some other mock projects, and if you want to see the other mock projects I'll be building throughout October, feel free to pledge to me on Patreon. And this is a new piece for me. It's a 1x3 modified plate with two Z-axis clips. Ugh. That's a new piece for me. I always like seeing new pieces in sets. And Mikey J, if you're still out there, if you want to come on and talk about that rumored Pirates gift with purchase, I'm more than happy to talk about that Pirates gift with purchase. Because if anyone was keeping up with the leaks that they were spreading around on Instagram and Discord, apparently there's going to be another Pirates gift with purchase. And even though I don't collect Pirates sets, I still like the Pirates thing to a degree. So I think it's more feasible for me to collect all of the Pirates gift with purchases. I have not done a lot of Pirates gift with purchases over the years, and for that reason, I'm now going to start collecting Pirates gift with purchases. Because if I'm going to collect all of the castle gift with purchases, like how the Magisto's gift with purchase is going to come out sometime this year or sometime soon. That's a part of the castle theme, so I'm gonna have to spend money on Lego to get that. And whenever they do a vintage space or vintage town gift with purchases, I always want to go get that. That's the reason why I bought the money tree back in January. That's the only reason why I bought the modular jazz club in January instead of July, when you could get it during end of financial year sales, was because of the Blacktron Cruiser gift with purchase. And if anyone's watched London Calling lately, you'll see that Greg's been putting out polls for which is the best gift with purchase of 2023. And I truly believe that I built this one. I truly believe that the Blacktron Cruiser is the best. But I might be wrong about that. So what does everyone else think is the best gift with purchase? I know that the Harry Potter fans will say any of the Harry Potter ones. I know the Star Wars ones will say the ones for May the 4th be with you. Which the May the 4th be with you GWPs are always a mixed bag. Because sometimes they do, because they normally do a fun little set, and then they also do a really stupid piece of gear like a keychain or any of that other crap. And that's one of the reasons why Star Wars fans complain a lot, is because they acknowledge they get duped on the gift purchases.
I would have to say my favorite gift with purchase was the anniversary steam locomotive.
Wasn't that for 2022?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 2023 gift purchases.
But I mean, ultimately, though, to me personally, that was my favorite because I love trains.
Yeah, I love trains.
I really do. I love trains.
Yeah, and even though I like trains, I did not want to get that gift with purchase for whatever reason. Probably because, well, in general, I normally don't buy trains unless they have the power functions in it. That's the reason I didn't buy the Emerald Knight. That's the reason why I didn't buy the Maersk train. That's the reason why I didn't buy the Horizon Express. That's the reason why I didn't buy the Winter Holiday trains.
Well,
it's the reason why I don't buy a lot of trains is because I honestly don't care about the trains unless they have power functions in them.
Well, so Mayo, what I've done, right, is I've taken what train was that? The blue cargo train
from 2014.
Yep. And I've had that one and another train, I can't remember which one. But I took both of those power functions out from those trains and I put them both in the two Maersk trains that I have.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have done the same thing. They have duplicates of one of the trains, like particularly if they buy duplicates of the passenger trains just to get the extra coaches. What they'll do is they'll take the power functions or the powered up functions from the duplicates of those, and then they'll put it in their trains that didn't come with anything, like the Maersk train or the Emerald Knight or the Horizon Express. And the real dedicated ones already have 9 volt. Or the really dedicated train fans already have 9 volt tracks, so they just go buy 9 volt motors.
Oh yeah. Although 9 volt track is very, very expensive.
That's because the cost of running electricity through the rails offsets the cost of alkaline batteries. And since I can't afford the upfront cost for 9 volt rails, but I can afford the upfront cost for rechargeable batteries, that's why I use rechargeables, not alkaline.
Yeah.
The alkaline, the rechargeable batteries say they can be charged up to for 10 times as much battery life as regular alkaline, but they're only 4 times the cost. And I've now convinced, since my parents gifted me a rechargeable battery charger for either Christmas or birthday 3 years ago. I think it was in 2020. I've now convinced the rest of my family to only use rechargeable batteries once we empty our inventory of alkaline, because they can just bring me their batteries and I can charge it for them. Because I also like to play Wii with my friends. We like to play Mario Kart, Wii Sports, and Super Smash Brothers.
Well, of course.
I know that Mikey J Productions is a gamer, so let's bring all of the gaming boys into the yard. The recharger that comes with the Wii that with my Wii has degraded severely, and so we just use regular batteries now because the contacts, I think, have corroded in ours, and now, so I've been using all of our alkaline. Well, I used all of our alkaline AA batteries in them. We wore them out, and now we only use rechargeable AA's in that. And eventually, other appliances that are battery powered in our house will wear out of their alkalines and will fully convert to rechargeables.
And you also have to think Mikey J also has a great point right there too. Batteries do okay depending on how often you run your trains.
Yeah, I don't run my trains a lot, which is why I've been using the same rechargeable batteries for years and never had to replace them.
Currently right now I don't even run my trains. Unfortunately, I would love to, but I don't have the room for it.
So let's attach the bunny's head to the body. I'm not sure how this gets attached, because this is one stud higher than what it should be. I think I built something wrong. What did I build wrong? It's my brick separator. I misplaced my brick separator. There it is. It's down here. Yeah. So if you want to continue this conversation, Mikey, more than willing to jump on the panel. Because I am gonna keep on jumping around to different things.
I think for now that's all the minifigures I'm gonna put up here for at least October. Gonna keep the cars off the roads. Just keep the minifigures up there.
Yeah, I think I was supposed to put an extra plate layer underneath here. Yeah, so anyway, now I want to move on in conversations. I want to talk about the Galaxy Explorer because that's what we'll be building for the rest of the month after I get this thing done. It's a little bit fiddly right now, but I'll get through it before the hour. So when they announced the Galaxy Explorer at LegoCon 2021, I was super hyped because I've always wanted them to make a neo-classic space set since I really got into classic space when Jane Briggs reviewed a whole bunch of them in 2014. I really got into classic space. Then I discovered people making their giant classic space mocks on Instagram and then bringing them to Lego conventions. And I even saw some at some of my local Lego conventions. Internationally, they have even bigger and better classic space setups. And I really got into classic space as a result. So I was super stoked when they finally announced plans for a remake of the Galaxy Explorer. And then when I saw everyone reviewing it, to see the modern techniques they were able to get out of that thing, most notably in the original Galaxy Explorer from 1979, they had the printed pieces for the down arrow, Well, this time they actually made that a 3D build to give it some texture. And when I saw Jane and other people point that out in their reviews, and people who were building it on live streams pointed out as well, that only made me want to buy the set even more. And so the next year in 2022. Wait, no. Was that LegoCon 2022 or LegoCon 2021 they announced the Galaxy Explorer? No, it would have been 2021 because they announced that at the same time as the 90th anniversary castle. And the 90th, and both of them came out in the third quarter. I think August of 2021. I waited a year to buy both of those. Because I was waiting because $600 Australian to buy that was not a sweet treat, because when you do the currency conversion at the time, $400 equaled 570 Australian dollars. It's a little bit more now, but at the time it was $30 more expensive than what it should have been when you take into account currency conversion. So I held off for double VIP, and I bought it double VI. I bought I bought them both at double VIP because I needed. I took advantage of the double VIP for both of those because I was waiting for good promos. I was hoping I'm just confusing myself with the dates. Anyway, I got them both double VIP. I built both of the castles during the holidays of 2022 and the start of 2023 to celebrate my 10-year anniversary. I should have waited for the Galaxy Explorer. I should have waited. Yeah, I think I got both of them for double VIP Black Friday of 2022. Yeah, those would have been the dates. Double VIP Black Friday of 2022. I should have waited 2 months later to buy the Galaxy Explorer, because then I would have gotten 3 of the Blacktron gift with purchases. But hindsight is 2020, so there's nothing I could do about that. And I told everyone I'd build one of my 2 castles on a 24-hour live stream. I'd build one of my 2 castles. I built one of my 2 castles over the holiday period for 2022, and I filmed that as a time lapse. And that time lapse video is still out there on my channel. It's got some people rolling in. We got Country Bricks Build Craze and Dave Bricks 76. Hello, guys. Speaking of Contra told me he got a fair price on some Santa Fe stuff. So when Contra has that Santa Fe stuff in his hand, he should come onto the panel and show that stuff off. And after he told me that, I invited Contra to attend the Lego train stream that we'll be doing in November. Yeah, so because we gotta see Contra's Santa Fe stuff eventually, because Santa Fe is a lot of train fans' favorite Lego trains of all time. The Santa Fe Super Chief locomotives, the Santa Fe Super Chief passenger coaches, the Burlington Northern Santa Fe GP40 locomotive, and the TTX intermodal double stack trucks, all from 2002 to 2004. Yeah, and so I should have waited 2 months later to get the Galaxy Explorer, and then I thought to myself, well, yeah, this was while I was building my first of the 90th anniversary castles. Well, I'll let all of my subscribers know if we get to 500 subscribers for my 10-year anniversary, while I was celebrating 10 years by building the Daily Bugle. If we get to 500 subscribers, I'll do another 24-hour live stream at the end of January 2023 to build my other 90th anniversary castle, and that's exactly what happened. And then after that, I told everyone, well, when we get to when we get to 600 subscribers, I'll build the Galaxy Explorer. And at the start of the month, we reached 600 subscribers. So thank you, everyone. Last time I checked, I have 605 subscribers. So the next subscriber goal at 700, I will be building the Ninjago City Gardens. Because for those who don't remember how I acquired all of the Ninjago sets I built back in February for Ninjago month, my best friend from elementary school, Captain Matt, he was liquidating a lot of his Lego Ninjago sets at the time because he's a father now, and now he's the store manager at his job. He's the store manager at his job, and he's earning the median wage in this country now. So good on him. He had less space and time for Lego, so he made me an offer I couldn't refuse. He sold a lot. He sold most of his Ninjago collection for a tick over $500, and that included an open box but sealed bag Ninjago City Garden. So that kind of sweetened the deal.
There you go.
And that's why I did Ninjago month, and before I went to Brick World Chicago, that's why I disassembled a lot of the Ninjago sets I built on Ninjago month to build some mocks for Asian Town. And if anyone's been keeping up with my Lego City, Mayo City updates, you can see those mocks sprinkled throughout Asian Town. So that so that was so there a long culmination of all of that. And to circle it back, I always like to build a big set for anniversaries, and that's why I was so excited to finally get to 600 subs so we can build the Galaxy Explorer. And I will let everyone know that I will be built because I only have a month to build it, and I want to do something special for the episode of Real Whole Egg before Halloween. I want to do a special Halloween stream, a spooky stream, so to speak. I need to get the Galaxy Explorer done before that, so I will be building the Galaxy Explorer on my Saturday Twitch streams. My Saturday/Sunday Instagram streams, and every YouTube live stream on the mayohosko channel until Halloween. So follow me on Twitch and Instagram for more of that. If you want to see the whole journey of me building the Galaxy Explorer, go follow me on Twitch and Instagram. Anyway, with that being said, back to the build. And so some more good things is that now that I've got a 2-week gap before I have to go full throttle on more university homework, I'm gonna take that time to make some changes on my Streamlabs, and for whatever reason, I don't think the cloud bot has been enabled. So let me go enable the cloud bot because I'm not seeing the pop-ups. That's not good.
All right. Well, hey, Mayo, as you're doing that, I'm going to jump off. I have a couple of things to do before actually heading to bed.
Okay. Where can we follow you on social media?
You can always follow me on Instagram at RedcoatKyle, spelled exactly how it is on here. I am going to be either posting a picture either tonight or tomorrow of all the minifigures in their Halloween costumes.
Nice. Getting all ready for the spooky season.
Oh yeah.
Don't know why. I don't know why I don't know what's going on with Streamlabs.
All right, but I will talk to everyone later. I will see you guys hopefully in the next stream.
Can't wait to see you then.
All right, cheers, guys.
Yeah, I don't know why I was logged out of Streamlabs. Let me log back into Streamlabs. I need to see if the cloud bot got unticked. Where's my cloud? Why? Where's my cloud bot? No, CloudBot isn't ticked. Damn it. How did CloudBot get unticked? Okay, just put CloudBot back on. Ugh. Yeah, so I'm sorry about that, folks. The reason why CloudBot needs to be on is so that everyone can utilize the gambling tools to continue earning currency, to buy tickets for future giveaways. Yeah. So sorry about that, because the easiest way to buy tickets to enter the easiest way to earn exclamation mark jars, to buy exclamation mark tickets, to enter exclamation mark giveaways, is to continue watching the streams, and then eventually you'll be able to get enough currency to gamble with some of your points in the hopes of continually stacking more. And if anyone uses the exclamation mark top, you'll be able to see a lot of high rollers have 4-digit and 5-digit amounts. Dave, if you want to gamble, you have to put a number that's greater than 10 afterwards. Yeah, ugh. My nose just felt itchy. Well, yeah, so what I'm building right now is the Easter flower pot that has the bunny in it. I wanted to build this first up, just to get it out of the way, because it was on my table, and I've overslept through my last 2 streams, which I apologize for that. While I'm finishing off this set, I'll talk about that. So the reason, yeah. So I explained a lot about it on my recent Instagram posts and Facebook posts. So go follow me on Instagram and friend me on Facebook to see the context about that. So I went back to work last week. I called my agent the other day, and I finally got paid for last week. So I earn a little over $400 a week. I used to earn, in my last stint a month ago, I was working 4 days a week. The reason why they let me go was because there was just no room in the budget to keep me, but they still wanted to keep me on the books because I was good at my job. They wanted to keep me on the books because my accuracy rating was the second best in my team. And so my team boss knew that, and the office boss knew that. So they were able to figure out a contract to keep me working, but less days per week, so that they could afford to keep me. And to be honest, since I am in university right now, I much prefer to work part-time. I could never, it's not feasibly possible for me to work full-time. And I was working 4 days a week. I was working 4 days a week previously. And I don't like working even 4 days a week. I'm much more comfortable working 2 days a week. And so when my agent called me to let me know they had a contract on offer to work 2 days a week, I immediately jumped at the bit. And so last week I was so tired. I slept I slept. It's still not working. I'm signed in with Streamlabs. It just takes about 10 minutes for Streamlabs to recognize my stream on their system. So yeah, you have to wait a couple minutes. It's a lag in the Streamlabs system for everyone that's asking about that. It's a lag in the system. Yeah. So since I'm working 4 days, so since I'm back at work, I slept 24 hours. So I slept 36 hours in a 96-hour period, which is because I was so tired. So I missed both of my streams last weekend, but now I'm more rested. And my body has readjusted back to the work schedule. And I want to thank Contra for letting me know the name of the hotel that everyone's going to be staying at Wickvention 2024. So now I'm waiting because they're booked out. So I'm just waiting for there to be a room that opens up at the hotel Country told me a lot of people are going to be staying at. So I have to wait a while. Hopefully it won't be too long. Hopefully I can get my reservations, because half of all of my money that I'm earning right now is going to my travel funds for Brickworld Chicago 2024. And a quarter of my money that I'm earning will be going to fund Brickvention 2024. Then the other quarter of my money will be used to buy more Lego sets. And yes, Dave, I'm trying to go to Brickvention and Brickworld. And in 2025, it'd be awesome to go to the to the Brick Convention in Manchester, England, to see some of my British friends. Because not only do I want to go to Manchester for that, I also want to take a selfie of myself outside Old Trafford Stadium, i.e. the second most famous sports stadium in England, behind Wembley. And it'd be cool to go to Wembley as well. It would be cool to go outside Wembley. This isn't staying stable properly. Hopefully that will figure itself out eventually. Well, another hour just ticked by, and I have another rant for everybody.
This one is running!
What next?
It's rant time.
Okay, so here's another rant. 2 weeks ago, I was scanning a bunch of my instructions to get the VIP points off of the QR codes. And I know a lot of people were having problems scanning their QR codes. Some sets weren't working, and the app is a little bit fiddly to use. Some people tell me there's a way to scan without using the app, but I cannot find it. I cannot find it, and no one will tell me how they're doing it. Or at least I'm not there at the right place at the right time when people are telling how they do it. So I don't know, Lego, why do you have to make it so difficult using the app? Lego and apps do not work well. Any time Lego does an app, it normally fails. And Lego makes it so difficult to do stuff on the Lego Life app. And when you register a set after claiming the 20 VIP points from scanning the instructions, it doesn't automatically update your inventory. So it doesn't scan properly, and then you try to check if it does scan properly, and you can't check to see if it's scanned properly. It's definitely not as a problem for me as Travis Kelce dating Taylor Swift, which I ranted about at the 10-minute mark of this stream. But it's just, come on, Lego, do better. Instead of investing $1 billion into the virtual universe, whatever the thing that Mark Zuckerberg was doing, why not invest $1 billion into fixing your broken apps, fixing your broken website, fixing other things that are broken technologically with the Lego grip? They could have done that instead. I really don't know. I really don't understand why Lego has such incompetency with technology. And the reason why I'm not going to yell and scream about it is because everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. And what I've said has been said 1 million times already. So everyone knows it's a problem, and Lego continues to not fix them. Or when they do fix them, they only find ways to piss people off even more. So anyway, that was another rant.
This one is running!
What next?
It's rant time.
Anyway, back to building. Yeah, I don't know why, but this one isn't going down as much. So now I have to put another one of these on top. Yeah, so this Easter flower pot was one of the various sets I traded for at Wickworld Chicago 2023. Because not everyone knows it, but at the garage sale, there were a lot of people who could not sell everything that they bought to sell. And so in the last half an hour, while everyone was packing up, there were a lot of people that were able to score some really good deals. They scored some really good deals because people were liquidating their assets, and I was able to trade away a bunch of Marvel, Star Wars, DC, and Disney characters to get some pretty cheap sets. There was 2 people who were selling a bunch of gift with purchases, and this was one of them. This is a gift with purchase. And so I got a bunch of gift with purchases. I got a bunch of poly bags. And if you go back to if you go back to all of my episodes of Miracle Whip, which is my Sunday night live stream series, you'll be able to pick out the gift with purchases I have built on that live stream series, and the poly bags that I've built on that live stream series. And I started building this on the last episode of Miracle Whip, and so I was planning on getting it done last weekend, but I fell asleep, so that didn't happen, which is why I'm finishing it off right now before we unbox the Galaxy Explorer. Now I need to go back and check how many hours I have left on my StreamYard account when after I'm done with this build right here, because I need to check something. So the reason why I was more than happy to trade for this is because there's a lot of foliage in it. There's a lot of foliage in this thing. And I'm missing a fern. Did it roll away? I'm missing a fern. No, so not a fern, a bamboo. Maybe I built something wrong. Oh yeah, I see what I did wrong. This was supposed to be... Oh, that's why. This was supposed to be a regular round brick. Not a fern. Okay, let's put this flower back together. Ugh, this is just falling apart on me a lot. Okay, let's put this back into place. There we go. Yeah, so I've built 2 things wrong today. And where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Ah, yeah. That's where it is. Okay, let's get this fixed. It's so annoying chasing my own tail. Okay, there it is. Now we can get back to building this thing. Okay, so we get the round here and then put the fern on top of the bamboo. And then we can cap it off with a round plate. And that goes right here. We've got to build some more flowers. There's a lot of the vintage flower pieces in here which I really like. Because these pieces were originally used in, I think, some of the basic sets and some of the Fabuland sets from the 80s. And they bought them back more recently. So they must have still had the mold in their warehouses. So I'm glad they brought them back, because they are some of the best flowers that Lego's ever made, in my opinion. They're really good looking flowers. And I'm glad that they still exist. Because they're really big flowers. They're much more substantial than the normal Lego flowers in sets. So I am a foliage collector, you could say. There are some sets that I only bought because of the foliage. And I only traded for this set because of the foliage. I know I'll be able to utilize a lot of the foliage in here. And I don't have a lot of the bamboo, so any set I can get relatively cheaply that has bamboo in it, shut up and take my money. Because I don't have as much bamboo as I do these pieces, for example. Whenever I see foliage on the tab wall, I always make sure to buy them. And if anyone's seen my Lego City Mayo City updates, you'll know next, in between the beach and Asian Town, there's a park, and that's where I squeeze a lot of my foliage into. And I've tried to make the most visually appealing area of Mayo City. Eventually, it'll get slightly smaller when I have to build my sand dune tunnel so that beachgoers don't have to walk over the railway line to get to the beach. Instead, they can climb over the sand hill to get to the beach and make it look like the beach is below ground level, like what most beaches are. There's not too many beaches in the world where the sand is at the same height as the ground. Now we're going to squeeze this flower back here. So there's a couple leftover pieces back here. Get an extra of these reed pieces, as I call them. There's some other extras back here. So there is the Easter basket gift we purchased. I really like it. I like it a lot. So I'll put these instructions, my other instructions later. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to finally unbox this behemoth we have right here, the Galaxy Explorer. Let me go get my Stanley knife so we can cut open this film. I'm going to take a drink of water. Well, yeah. I'm going to take a drink of water because I've been talking for a while. And now it is time to build the Galaxy Explorer. I've been wanting to cut open these seals for so long. And now it's finally time. So this is set 10497. The Galaxy Explorer came out in 2022. It's a neo-classic version of the original from 1979. Let's get the bunny out of the way. And there she is. So how many numbered bags are in here? What's the highest numbered bag? It looks like the highest numbered bag is 9. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. I'll put those bags back in the box. And I'll see if we can try build the first 3 bags today. Comes with a black 8x16 tile. And if they have that, there must be a plaque on the set. Now the instructions. I like that the instructions have the classic space logo on the back. That's a really nice touch. And previously, well, on my previous streams, I have talked extensively about how I think that the box art is really faithful to the original boxes of the classic space sets. I've gone over my critiques about the boxes immensely. Got that new instruction smell, and I'm not seeing any stickers. I'm not seeing any stickers. So maybe this isn't for a plaque. Maybe it's for something in the interior. So we'll turn to the first page in the instructions and flatten out, and it talks about Kjeld Kurt Christensen at the start. He shows off images of the original Galaxy Explorer right there, and the 2 other spaceships, which were smaller versions of the Galaxy Explorer. And it has a timeline of the significant, it has a timeline of some of the vintage astronauts right there. Got the original 5 monochrome from 78 to 84, which was sold until 86. Got the future one in 87. Got the ice planet in 93. Got the statue only Space Police version in 2009. We got Benny in 2014, and the green one that came in the exosuit from 2014. Got the pink, the yellow, and the white that complemented Benny in Benny's Space Squad from the Lego Movie 2. Got the orange one from that book in 2020. Got the space. Got the Space Police guy from one of the CMF series in 2021, and we got the red and the white ones from this set in the year 2022. And it says for the 2020 version, the 2022 versions. In the instructions, it says the astronauts in this updated Galaxy Explorer set are almost exact copies of the originals from 1979. And the original ones says the introduction of the astronaut minifigure was a groundbreaking element. Originally, only red and white, blue, yellow, and black versions quickly followed. And what did they say about Benny? Perhaps the most famous LEGO astronaut of all, Benny from the LEGO Movie featured a worn-out space logo and cracked helmet. And I actually grew up on not on Space Blitz, Ice Planet. So what did they say about Ice Planet? 90s space sub-theme Ice Planet saw an alternate version of the classic logo where half the planet was frozen. Yeah, that I really like that stuff. And then next page, it shows. I'm pretty sure that's the set. That's the set designer dressed up as the red astronaut. Hello, Rex Studios. Nice to see you here. And yeah, and after that, then it starts to build. But before we start building, let's go back and see all the interesting conversations that's been happening in the chat. Because I've got to go back a lot in the chat. It's just Stud Sidious went to the pharmacy. Images are out now. Wow. For which of the sets is it? The is that what we were talking about with the Pirate's Gift with purchase? Team Bean. I've got to find a reason to buy that gift with purchase. I bought most things that I already needed with gift with purchases previously, because I'm not a gift with purchase collector. And I can echo some of what Mikey J said. Most gift with purchases don't impress me, but it's still nice to get some extra pieces at least. If I'm not going to build the set, it's more parts anyways. Exactly. Gift with purchases normally have some pretty good pieces. Batteries do okay. It depends how often you run them. I don't turn them on all the time. I kind of disagree. I prefer the power functions much better than the powered up, because they're more reliable in my opinion. Apparently I'm supposed to hate Mikey. He has a bunch of classic space, Aquanauts, Ice Planet, etc. sets, but they all in pieces. I didn't put them together. Yeah, that's what I hear from a lot of people who have vintage Lego in their collection, is that they're all disassembled. I have dozens of vintage Lego sets that are all disassembled. That's not the first time hearing that. Maybe you should rebuild. Maybe you should come onto my live streams and try to rebuild some of that stuff, Mikey J. And you should also try rebuild vintage Lego on your own streams when you're not doing the news. And you're not doing stuff about Lego ideas, and you're not doing tier lists and all the other cool stuff you do on your streams. Yeah, that was my account when I told it like it is on ACOB yesterday. That was me. That was me. Well, I was building the Easter basket gift for purchase. Now we're finally going to start building the Galaxy Explorer. And Dave finished the Viking village last night. I know a lot of people are in the midst of building that right now. It's a pretty cool looking set. Exactly, Contra. Working 2 days a week instead of 4 days definitely gives me a better work-life balance. Brick World Chicago is always in the middle of June, Dave. I know that Adora build is going to be going, and I've heard in the past Tasman Bricks that he might be going as well. I know both of them are going to Brick Convention. I think the Viking Village is a cool set, Dave, but since there's no water area in my Middle Ages Momentum, of which if anyone's interested in my Lego Castle stuff, I have a playlist on my channel for my Lego Castle, and the 2 updates I did about my Middle Ages Momentum, they're in that playlist as well. I don't do monthly updates on that simply because I don't build as much castle as when I do city stuff, and people weren't all that interested in monthly castle updates, to be honest. Yeah, there's a lot of bamboo that comes in Ninjago sets, Contra. I definitely agree about that. A lot of the Ninjago sets I was building and then disassembling gave me a lot more bamboo to work with. That's because Macro's been doing more solo streams lately, Dave. Because we were going back and forth this week about I've been really busy and he's been really busy as well, which is why he's also had an inconsistent streaming schedule lately. And he said that we should get the band back together and he should come back and do streams with me on my channel. But when he's not around here on Friday nights, which is Saturday afternoons for me, I know the valid reasons why is because he is a contractor, and contractors get very exhausted at the end of the week. Contra finally got one of the red astronauts, and in the first bag I get to build one of them. And what's everyone else saying? Contra said, talking about classic space, I was buying the brown Space Baby figure they had sale $15. Wait, were they selling it individually? $15. Wow, that tells you how much in demand that one is. If it's already three times the price of the CMF sold alone, that's how valuable that figure is. Sale for $15. Got $90 worth. That doesn't seem like good math. Reseller and some $5 each. Now wow, you got a whole CMF box full of them. Wow, I'd like to see an image of that. You know, the reason we don't have proper Lego stores in Australia is because our market is too small for corporates to do so. So much like how other countries that have gotten Lego stores recently, they are opened under a franchise agreement. And Australia is so big that we got Lego stores under a master franchise agreement. So the VIP systems are separate from each other. But I don't know about the rest of everyone, but I don't buy Lego sets from the Lego store. I buy polybags, and I buy build a minifigure tower packs, and I buy Pickwick cups. if I want to buy a Lego set, I'm going to buy it from a department store. And if I want a gift with purchase, I'll just buy the set online and spend $150 to get the free shipping. Hello, howdy, Danny Fandoms. Came in at a good time because we're just about to start building the Galaxy Explorer. Says AG Lego you in Perth. Yeah, that's the company that operates, or that has the master franchise agreement. Said, wait 1 week, they can sell me a box of the Marvel CMF. Oh, a whole box. Wow. Yeah, because the Lego group doesn't sell individual complete boxes on their website, and not many Lego stores sell complete boxes individually. A lot of people who buy complete boxes online have to go to other Lego, or they have to go to other websites that sell Lego. Because I had to go to a weird website to buy my complete box of Series 24 CMFs. I got mine for under $200, and I still have a bunch of spare CMFs from Series 24. That if anyone has any duplicate CMFs with the koala, make me an offer. I can show you the ones that I still have in my inventory, and I'd be more than willing to trade them away if there's any ones that you fancy. If you have any of the koalas, because I have 8 koalas right now, and I really want to get to double-digit amount of koalas. Shout out to Brick Hive, who gave me a free koala at the garage sale at Brickwell Chicago. Go subscribe to Brick Hive. He'll be live after me. And if anyone out there that wants to come join the panel to have a good conversation, the invitation link is out there. Anyway, let's open this. There's a lot of technique in here. There's a lot of technique in here, sure. And it wants to keep rolling away. Don't roll away. A lot of technique that goes into this set. So the first 4 bags are all the base. And the first thing we build is the minifigure. Let's build that. By the way. I don't own any of the Marvel CMF Contra because I'm not interested in that. There's the red classic astronaut. I'm so excited to finally have a red version of this. I'm so excited to finally have that. Because I've been wanting a red version for so long. I was never going to go to Bricklink and buy one of the original reds. I was holding out hope that LEGO would come out with more neo-classic space sets in the future that had the red ones. Okay, so I've got a little over 5 hours still on my account. So if I go, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, everything will work out. Will work out fine. So we've got the astronaut built. Now, next we've got to build the little robot. So we need 2x2 round plate in black. And because it's black, it's camouflaging me. Why do you have to camouflage? There it is. That was always one of the most interesting parts about classic space tech for me was always the little robots they included in these things. They look a lot like, well, some of them look like the battle droids from Star Wars. Others look like robots from 60s and 70s sci-fi films. Some of them look like some of the robots from the Thunderbirds TV series, if anyone remembers the Thunderbirds. I've always had a soft spot for these little guys right here. And literally the second thing you build in this is one of the bots. And you get the printed 2x2 slope that has the black vertical striation meant to represent a grill. I've got to get the headlight bricks so we can attach the studs that are meant to represent eyes. And I actually never had a single space set that had any of these little robots. So this is the first time actually building one that isn't a mock. Actually, I take that back. They had the little robot in the Benny space squad. I forgot about that one. Simply because it was so small. Yeah, I know plenty of people that have cracked minifigure torsos of all different types, not just the astronauts. That's why I always keep tabs of the local Facebook group that talks about my local Lego store, because every month they'll post pictures of what is on the pad wall, and I only go to the Lego store if they have good pieces on the pad wall, or if I'm at the shopping centre anyway, or if I'm in those suburbs anyway, I'll just check things out. So there is the robot. He's carrying 2 clear coffee mugs. Now we get started with, let's call it the chassis of the Galaxy Explorer. And now I'll start talking about what I'm going to do with this set after I finish building it. So as some people might know, I am a mock builder, not a set builder. I do build sets on my streams, but I am primarily a mock builder. And I get inspired by vintage Lego sets and Neo classic sets like this a lot for my mocks. Which is why I have my interplanetary space-based mock in Mayo City. And, above the table that is on top of Mayo City. At one end of the table is my Middle Ages momentum, but in the middle of my table is the interplanetary space base. Eventually I want to build a dividing wall between the both of them. That on one side there is a giant cliff. So on one side you have the mossy green hills to be the backdrop for a medieval village, and the other side is the moon, or is the cliffs of a moon crater, similar to some of the moon crater cliffs from the Star Wars movies. I want to build the moon side to look similar to some of the scenes from the Star Wars movies. That'll probably be the best basis for the look I want to go for. So I'll have to go look at images from the. I think there was a scene from Force Awakens where Rey was where Rey was stranded on one of the planets looking for something, and Finn was there as well. I think I should look at that scene, see how they constructed that scene in the movie. We placed the tan color with grey because that scene was either on Tatooine or Jakku. I can't remember which planet it was precisely. But I want to make the texture look like that scene from the movie. And have it be the other side of that clip. And within the interplanetary space base, I want to have the headquarters that have all the science labs, and I want to have the parking lot for all the different vehicles, and I want the big docking bay in the space base to be able to fit the Galaxy Explorer. And I want to have a smaller docking bay for some of the medium-sized ship mocks that I have built or want to build. Just going to make sure I'm building this correctly. Because the whole storyline of the interplanetary space base is space explorers have gone out to find resources to generate energy to bring back to Earth. And they're space mining. But then, because this is a Lego we're talking about, of course there are bad guys in space, i.e. the Blacktron. And whenever I come across Lego astronauts that have black on them, I'm using them as the bad guys. So I've got a few different Blacktron minifigures that I'll have to build ships for, so that I can have them elevated in the air, positioned as though they're trying to attack the space base because they want to get their hands on the minerals that are an energy source. Not going to have any aliens in the scene because I only have one of the Lego Mars mission aliens, and I don't own any other Lego alien of any type. So there's going to be no aliens in my thing. So I'm trying to create a more realistic scene, so to speak. And that's the reason why that's another way, the way I'll be able to integrate the Space Police. I do have one Space Police minifigure, and I have the TMF that was the Space Police. So I will eventually be putting the Galaxy Explorer into my interplanetary space base. And the reason it's interplanetary is because there is the story I'm gonna set is there are a bunch of moons orbiting around a planet just outside of the solar, just slightly outside of the solar system. out beyond Pluto, out beyond Ceres and Eris. So there's a planet that's the next system over, but still is within orbit of the sun. And it has a bunch of moons on it. No, sorry, it has a bunch of moons orbiting it. And there are energy resources on those moons. So they have a whole space mining network trying to bring all of those metals back to Earth. And all those minerals back to Earth. That they can use in consequence with the seaweed oil operations we have in Mayo City to use for dual power. And a lot of the gems and jewels I have in my Lego collection, I will be using for both the King's Treasure in my Middle Ages Momentum, and I'll be using as the mined metals and minerals for the space base. I really want to use all the green ones, or the green gems I own for the stuff that they're mining in space. And that's what the Blacktron want to get their hands on. They want to steal the space treasure because they want to use it for their energy, and they want to sell that on the black market or whatever other storyline you can make out. Anyway, for whatever reasons, they want to get their hands on it as well. Because they're criminals. While astronauts like this little guy right here are working under a government or under a government consortium. No, sorry, they're working under government orders from a consortium of the different international space agencies. Because there are multiple space agencies around the world. You got NASA, you got SpaceX, you got the stuff that Mexico has done over the years. You got some of the operations in Australia, and traditionally we have the Russian and Chinese agency as well. So it's a consortium of them. And they're all coming together to mine out this network of moons orbiting around a planet that orbits the sun but is not within the solar system. Hello, ACOB. Good evening. Right now, we are starting to build the Galaxy Explorer. We finally got to 600 subscribers, and today's the day. So yeah, I'm going on a little bit of a storyline about how I'm going to integrate this Galaxy Explorer into my collection. So even though I grew up with Ice Planet and Blacktron 2, I never had any space battles with them. And I didn't have any space battles with them because I was more interested in trying to build a Lego city as a child. I probably had more battles, honestly, between my pirates and the islanders. If anything, I never had any space battles between the Ice Planet and the Blacktron 2, because I could have easily had space battles that the Blacktron 2 were trying to get the orange gems that the Ice Planet were trying to mine out of those ice planets. That, see, if I was to ever build a scene of Hoth from Star Wars, if I was ever to make an ice planet that looked like Hoth, instead of recreating one of the scenes from The Empire Strikes Back, instead I would use the ice planet as the rebels and the Blacktron as the Empire. And instead of the rebels trying to hide on Hoth from the Empire, I would have it that the ice planet are trying to mine for resources on Hoth, and the and the Blacktron don't like that. Similarly to the way I set up my storyline with my Folsman tree mock, I built it like a mock version of the Ewok village, and instead of having the Ewoks living in it, I have the Folsman living in it. Even though I'm not a Star Wars fan, I know enough about the Star Wars movies to try to integrate storylines from the Star Wars movies into my mocks whenever I can. So if I ever had the space to make a Hoth battle, that's what I would do. If I ever got myself more shelves that were slightly smaller, I'd have it separate from the interplanetary space base, simply so I have a spot for my Ice Planet minifigures. I don't have a spot for my Ice Planet minifigures as presently constructed, which is why I think that would be something cool for me to build in the future. And I've always liked Hoth and Tatooine. So if I was ever going to build, I'm talking about feasibility, because if I ever want to do a fully fledged Star Wars mock, I would want to build the slums of Coruscant or the Forest of Endor, but that'll never happen because of the space constraints. That requires way too much space. So building small scenes from Tatooine to integrate into a Western scene, or building small scenes from Hoth to integrate into an Ice Planet space battles is much more feasible. If I was ever going to do something with Western, I would want to try and make something that looked like Mos Eisley's from Tatooine. Anyway, yeah, so that's some of the ideas that I want to develop, and I'm more than happy to take on inspiration from viewers like you, and eventually I'll do videos about all of this stuff when I finally get this stuff built, and I'd be more than happy to read people's comments about storylines you'd like to see, because I'm sure there is a lot of imagination to be had, and I'm sure a lot of people have really good ideas that I might be able to incorporate into what I want to do. Okay, I put this on the wrong side. It's supposed to go on the other side. And let's put this into place. Goes on. Which side does it go on? Yeah, it goes like that. There we go. And this is supposed to go one stud forward. One technical forward. So let's change this. It's a little bit difficult to align this properly. Get another one of these into here. There we go. Okay, so we've got that part done. Yeah, so there's a lot of technical construction for the first 4 bags of this set. Now we need stacks of 2x2 space. And if anyone else out there wants to wants to lean their ideas into any of the storylines that I'm inventing on the fly and that I've had for a while now, feel free to come on to the panel if you have any ideas. And we actually do have someone backstage. It's Contra. Hey, Contra.
Go on, mate.
What's going on? Do you have the Santa Fe stuff in your possession yet?
No, I'm getting it next Friday.
Cool. I can't wait to see that stuff in your collection.
Yeah, I can't believe I scored it. He actually had the Volt train tracks and the trains as one whole lot, but I said, well, you probably get a fair amount for the Volt tracks. So I said, well, if you can sell the trains separate, let me know. And he got back to me the other day and said he had a buyer for the tracks and he's willing to sell me the trains separate. So yeah, he's done me a good deal apparently. So
yeah, because I've been wanting to talk about this because I'm always interested in people's stories when they tell the world that they get the Santa Fe stuff. So what combination of Santa Fe stuff did you get? Because I know you said you got, was it one or multiple of the locomotives?
So it's the cargo train part and then just one of the carriages, and they both were in separate boxes.
So was it the Burlington Northern Santa Fe locomotive and the TTX stuff?
I'm not 100%. I've just seen the pictures, so yeah, I don't know all that much about the Santa Fe, but I just know that the fact that they're sort of hard to get, I was guessing, in Australia, and yeah, I haven't seen many people show them, and then I've seen pictures and people with them, so I was like, oh yeah, so I jumped straight on the sale straight away.
Yeah, because there wasn't a cargo train set for the Burlington Northern Santa Fe stuff. There was only the individual GP40 locomotive and the TTX rolling stock.
Yeah, well, it's obviously
and there was never
and
there was never a complete passenger train set for the Santa Fe TTC.
Yeah, you got to buy them individually, do you? The carriages all came individually. Yeah, well, that's how it is.
So you said something about a cargo train set. So was that?
Well, the driver part, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so when you say cargo train, are you talking about the Burlington Northern Santa Fe locomotive?
Yeah, so it's just the driver part, yeah. I thought it was called a cargo like the other ones. It looks similar to the other sort of cargo style, just the driver part.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then one carriage.
Because I'll go throw a picture of the Burlington Northern Santa Fe locomotive.
Yeah.
Because it came that came out in 2004. That was That was 2 years after the Santa Fe Super Chief locomotive came out in 2002.
Oh, okay.
So I'll go.
Yeah, I thought they were way earlier than that.
I'll go throw up.
I thought
for that stuff. Let's present the.
Yeah, cool.
Because I love staring at this thing.
Yeah.
So there it is.
Yeah.
So you got one or multiple of those.
So just one of those, and then one of the carriages.
So let me throw up an image of the TTX.
And the boxes look cool as well. Just the boxes that they come in look great as well. Yeah, I thought they were early. I thought they were like mid-90s or something like that.
Yeah,
maybe.
Actually, according to this, the TTX set came out 1 year later in 2005. So that was the locomotive. That was the locomotive, and this is the TTX set.
Oh, yeah, cool.
So was that in the lot that you bought?
Nah, not that. It's just one of the carriages.
Yeah. So you didn't get the TTX, but I'll throw up an image of the Santa Fe
Nah.
of the Santa Fe coaches. I get the Santa Fe coaches. Brick set. Yeah, because for those who don't know, with the Santa Fe coaches, there were two different sets, set 1 and set 2. So for one of the sets, you could build 2 different style of coaches, and for the other set, you could build 3 different style of coaches. You could only build 1 coach for one time for one set. So what a lot of people did is each of the sets were $40. So you would have bought one of the locomotives for $40. Then you would have bought 5 sets so you could build the 5 coaches. So that comes up to $240. And then the 9-volt motor, which would have been in the My Own Train packaging, was I think $20. So you'd spend $260 back in 2002 to get a complete Santa Fe Super Chief train. The F4 or the F7 class diesel locomotive plus the 5 coaches, plus the 9-volt motor, and you would have had to already have the 9-volt track and the speed regulator to get it operational. And the profile bricks that have the horizontal and the vertical striations, those are in the pearl light grey colour, and the pearl light grey colour is very rare and very expensive. A lot of people mix up pearl light grey and flat silver all the time on Bricklink, and it's a mistake because the flat silver is much common and much cheaper than the old pearl light grey. I don't think they make the pearl light grey anymore. There's a very minor colour difference between pearl light grey and flat silver, which is why it's easy to confuse. Much like how there isn't much of a difference between the light bluish grey and the old light grey. So people confuse that all the time. So how many of the coaches did you get?
So there's just one.
So you got one of the coaches, one of the Santa Fe, one of the BNSF locomotives. So was it just that? Did you get anything else?
Sorry?
Was it just
just those 2. I'm hoping it's got the motor though that you were saying comes separate and stuff.
Yeah.
Or the parts that come separate.
Yeah, because actually I can go back quickly and do the price guide.
Yeah, he had the whole lot as 1,500, but then he offered me the 2.
That's very overpriced.
Yeah, I think I don't know if he knows what he's talking about or what, or if he's a train collector or so on. But he tried to tell me that he could have got 1,000 for the 2 of them, but he said he would do it for 500 to me. But
because normally nowadays, in terms of Australian dollars, you'd be lucky. Not lucky, because luck doesn't exist. You'd be fortunate to get that for under 400 per piece. That's out of the box. But you got probably the reason he was selling it that high is because he had the boxes, and the boxes had a lot. Because I've seen people sell those boxes alone for $200.
Yeah, wowzers. Yeah,
because if you get the used versions of those set with the boxes, it's not sealed, so it doesn't double. It's not sealed, so it doesn't double the price, but it adds 50% more to the price. So if you can get, if you can find them for, if you can find complete versions with the boxes for under 600 Australian dollars, that's what the market is set at. But if you can find them for hundreds of dollars cheaper than that, then you've got a good deal. So for you to get one of the BNSF locomotives plus one of the Santa Fe coaches with with the boxes for under $500 is well below market value.
Yeah. Plus, it might have the other parts with it too that you were saying about the motor or something like that.
And
Hopefully.
if it has the motor, then that's a bonus.
Yeah.
So let's see what the value of the coaches are right now, because the coach.
Yeah, I haven't checked all that out, mate.
Because the prices for the coach always go up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So price guide. Current items for sale will go last 6 months. So in used condition, the average price for one of the Santa Fe coaches is $394, and in new condition, it's $523. And then let's go to the BNSF locomotive. So right now, yeah, so it's about $400 in new condition. So that means that in used condition, not even in new condition, or with the box, it's almost the market value is almost 10 times the original retail price 20 years ago.
Wow. Yeah, and that's one thing I haven't asked him, Mayo, if they're fucking brand new in the box or not. They might even be brand new for all I know, or not even built.
Well, if they were new in box, then then that explains why he was trying to get 1,500 for both of them. But if you were able if you were able to bring him down considerably, then they're probably not new in box.
Yeah, no, so what it was the whole package. It was like all the Volt train tracks,
Yeah.
plus the trains, yeah, together as one whole thing.
So was there a speed regulator?
Yeah, I'm guessing so. He had all the stuff. He had all the tracks plus, yeah. And I said to him, you'll probably get a lot of money for all that separate.
Yeah, and in used condition, right now the Burlington Northern Santa Fe locomotive, last 6 months used, is $597. In new condition, it's $613.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a pretty good deal to get both of those complete with the box for only $500. That's a good deal, my friend. That's a very good deal. I would be jumping up and down if I ever found those for that cheap.
Yeah, I was pumping my fist a bit. I was like, yeah, I think I've struck gold. A little bit.
I think you did strike gold with those, considering what
awesome.
The average prices on Bricklink for that is right now.
Yeah, and the best thing is he only lives like 2 towns away from me, so I don't have to go far to pick it up as well. So that's even better.
You don't even have to pay shipping.
Nah, or anything like that. He's only like 15 minutes away from where I live, so that's great.
Sweet as. Yeah.
As soon as I get him next Friday, I'll let you know. I'll inbox you.
Yeah, because it'll be interesting to see if there's dust on the pieces or not.
Yeah. Yep.
Because the difference between new and used.
Yeah.
Or if the pieces have dust on them, according to Bricklink, the parts are worth $20 less simply because of the dust.
Wowzers.
Because
holy smokes.
If anyone's been collecting Lego for long enough, you know how exhausting it is to keep your parts dust free.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that definitely sounds like a good deal. I would whenever I'm on eBay or whenever I'm on Bricklink, I always try to see if they have any of those for less than 300.
Yeah.
Because 400 is market value, and I never pay market value for any vintage Lego. So for that stuff, I always look for the ones that are less than 300. And so the fact that you got them for 250 is a really good deal. That's almost half of what the market dictates.
Wow.
So that's something to be proud of, my friend.
Yeah, and I found it on Facebook sales page. I was surprised that he even had it, and it hadn't sold straight away like hotcakes. But like I said, because he was doing it as one whole big package for 1,500, with people not with much money at the moment, because the rental price is going on plus. So I just went on there at the right time, I guess, and then hit him straight up.
Yeah, tell me about rental prices.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be moving out soon, and because there aren't a lot of suitable houses on the market right now, we might have to rent for a while before we can find one. I am doing very well right now because we're finally being able to build the Galaxy Explorer. Kundra's doing well right now because he got a hell of a score on that Santa Fe stuff, and everyone else in the chat must be doing well as well, because they have chosen to spend their time watching me build the awesome set that is the Galaxy Explorer. I freaking love this set. I love it. I always thought that when the Lego Movie came out in 2014, we'd eventually get something like this that wasn't directly tied in to the Lego Movie, because the Benny Spaceship was a direct tie-in with the Lego Movie, and I thought we'd get something someday that wasn't that, and we finally got this awesome set, and I'm glad that I have it in my collection. Really glad to have it in my collection, and I'm sure that you'd be glad to have the Eldorado Fortress remake in your collection. The Eldorado Fortress, the 90th Anniversary Castle, the Galaxy Explorer, and the Pirates of Barracuda Bay are all really good sets. How do we integrate this? We need 2 more of these. So there's a lot of technic construction for the chassis of the Galaxy Explorer. And what I need to do is I need to clear after this stream. What I need to do is I need to build a Lego tripod that can accommodate my iPhone 13 so that I can have a more stable tripod and get the angles I want for building the set on Instagram. Because what I realized when I was trying to build other Lego on Instagram live stream, I couldn't get the angles quite right with the way my table is configured, and my tripod has some spatial limitations to it. So I think it's best to create a custom tripod that's suitable to my specifications so that I have an easier time filming that stuff, and it'll be more versatile to get the right camera angles, because not all tripods are created equally, and that's something I been struggling with is with the shots that I'm able to get with my tripod. I normally have to put a little bit of, well, I normally have to put some stanchions underneath the tripod if I want to get a down view. If I want to get a front on view, it works really well. It's stable, and you can turn around the support to use it vertically and horizontally. But in terms of angling it up and down, since you can only rotate it, you can't angle it up and down. There's a little bit of a limitation in there. So I'll have to build one that's more stable and can go up and down out of Lego to best fit the angles that I'll need to get. So that'll be a challenge that I'll end up doing after this stream, out of necessity.
That'll be cool though. I actually wrote down to build one of those ages ago. I just never got around back to it.
I know a lot of people who have built Lego tripods because it's a fun challenge, and it's more accommodating to the way that they take pictures and film their stuff. I know people that own the Movie Maker kits that came out the middle and end of last decade. That because for example, when the Lego Movie came out, they had that Movie Maker set that had the backdrops of some scenes from the movie. So I think it had a buildable camera stand in it, so that you could put a phone into it and film scenes trying to recreate them from the movie. And if anyone remembers the old Studios set from the early 2000s, in one of the bigger sets, I think it was one of the ones for Jurassic Park, it included a stop motion camera and a tripod holder to hold that camera in. And that was before digital cameras were common to buy, because back in the early 2000s, before DVDs came out in the mid 2000s, digital cameras were less common, and it was harder to develop film from the really early on digital cameras. And then in, I think it was the mid 2000s, they came out with digital cameras to film at 360 and 420 pixels. And then 2008 comes out. 2008 comes around, and they come out with digital cameras that can film at 1080 and 720p. And now you can film anything on an iPhone in 4K. So a lot has happened in the past 20 years, and Lego is no stranger to having buildable tripods for Movie Maker sets. And especially with all of the people who have traditionally done stop motions with Lego, that definitely serves a market. And Lego knows that market exists, which is why they've accommodated that market over the years, and why lots of people have made their own custom tripods. I, once upon a time, had a custom tripod, but it was very flimsy, and because it was flimsy, that prompted me to buy this tripod that I use.
Yeah, that's what I got, Mayo. I scored one of those.
Yeah. And so this rotates to get vertical or horizontal view, and so whenever I film something on my table, I always use that. But if I want to get a top down view, since it's very front heavy, it doesn't work that effectively, which is why I need to build myself a custom Lego tripod. And I'm on the record saying I don't like using Technic pieces in my mock. Well, this is the perfect time to use Technic pieces in that mock, because Technic pieces will help add strength and stability to the tripod I want to build.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Are you going to use Technic parts?
Yeah. So there's a lot of lift arms in my collection that I'll be able to use as clamps to hold
Sounds fun.
my phone person in place. And I'll probably have to use some of the Technic bricks to add a strong foundation to get the right center of gravity I'll need. And I'll probably also have to use Technic pieces to add good back support, kind of like a counterweight on a tower crane, so that when I'm angling my phone in a specific configuration, there's enough weight at the back of the phone so that it doesn't tip over. There's a lot of science that I'll have to experiment with to get it to stand up properly. It's kind of like when people build Lego trebuchets, like in the 80s, with some of the education adapter sets, when they give you instructions to build gear trains and trebuchets. I know that Aussie Adam Bricks has done stuff like that. He has some of those old adapter sets, and he's built trebuchets using those Technic pieces from the 80s. There's a lot of science that goes into getting the structural integrity and the weight to be what you want for the best launch angle, or stuff to hold into place, or the gears to function properly without jamming up. And so I'm gonna have to use a lot of that Lego 80s education inspiration to get my tripod to have the right center of gravity and the right filming angle. So it'll be a fun challenge, I think.
For sure.
So that's my plan for the day. You're rattling around a lot of stuff right now. Are you trying to put together a set, or are you going?
Yeah, mate, I'm building. Sorry if I was making too much noise.
No, it's just got me interested because I see some Ninjago sets stacked up back there.
Yes, so I am building the Energy Dragon.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I scored it for. The wings look lovely on it. They're very goldy.
Oh, yes. Got some nice shimmer and shine.
Yeah, and it's in the old packaging, the old way. It's a 2016 set, I'm pretty sure.
It's nice that it's protected with the cardboard underneath, and in its own wrapping, so that it doesn't get crinkled up. If anyone doesn't know why the capes are in those white boxes, it's so that they don't get crinkled up. And if anyone, and it's just like why in the Premiere sets, why the instructions are wrapped up separately so that they don't get bent. Because how many times do we go to build a Lego set and the instructions have a crease in it, or the capes of the minifigures are starting to wear out? That's happened way too many times, and I'm sure lots of people watching this stream can probably share that experience. Yeah.
So with the new ones, they're all going in a folder. You actually get the instead of the little tiny boxes, they all come in like a folder now. The instructions plus stickers plus
Yeah, because whenever I've built the modulars, they've all come in that folder, so it keeps the instructions all nicely packed. And if you get sets with stickers and the minifigure capes, it also keeps them protected and straight. And
Yeah.
also, they're starting to do the same thing with some of the trans clear pieces, so that they don't get scratched up. Because people
That's
were
a good idea.
complaining that their trans clear pieces were getting scratched up. So Lego thought it would, to help alleviate that problem, it would be a good idea to wrap them separately. That because I know when I built the Star Wars UCS Luke's land speeder, the trans clear cockpit canopy was wrapped up separately, because those trans clear pieces can get scratched up really easily. So I'm glad that Lego has the foresight to understand that problem, to take care of their stuff better.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise more people would be complaining. It's not going to get rid of the problem 100%, but it definitely goes a long way to not further extenuating the problem. Because they didn't used to do that, but they got enough people complaining about it in the reviews of the sets online to where they made that change for the better. And I've seen that you've been uploading more videos on your channel.
Me, yeah. I'm a bit slack though. I should do way more than what I do, but
because you've got a nice booming city going on.
Yeah.
At your place. A lot of Ninjago stuff in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I'll keep myself busy building that tripod for the rest of the day, and other than that, I need to do a whole bunch of cleaning, because if anyone saw my Instagram post 14 hours ago, you know that we got a real estate agent coming for an inspection. So I've got a lot of stuff that needs to be cleaned up, and because there are some broken sections of my city, I'm probably going to pull up some of the base plates, about half of the base plates in my city, give them a little bit of a clean, dust them down, and make some of the stuff that's on those base plates more stable. Because as I walk on the base plates to reach stuff in my city, the stud connections start to get worn loose over time, and there's a lot of stuff in my city that keeps on falling over. So while I move some of that stuff out of the way to make my room look more presentable, I'll take the time to do a little bit of maintenance with some of the mocks in my city. And I'll probably use a wet wipe and dust down a lot of those mocks while I'm in the process of doing all that stuff. So we need a white sleeve. In between that. And when you get that Santa Fe stuff, you should should definitely share that on social media, because
Yeah.
the train fans will always be excited to see that stuff.
For sure.
What are we looking for? Okay. There's so much grey on my table, things get camouflaged. And we need a white sleeve to go on this side. Put that together. I think this is for the loading ramp to load the little rover into the spacecraft. So those pins plug into here. And what I think is the loading ramp I think that goes here. Gotta force it in. Get it aligned properly. Yeah, there we go. And I'm guessing the next step is the other side of that to hold the loading ramp together. Yeah. So do you have any plans for the weekend, Hunter?
No, not really. Went out the other week, went to the Melbourne show and stuff. Went out the last 2 nights till 4 in the morning. Get out of the house.
Tell me about it. Because I stay up till 4 a.m. way too many times for my liking.
Yeah, it's the damn internet, man. I used to be in bed by 12:30 at night before, like, I don't know, 9-10 years ago. Now I'm up till 2, 3, 4, 2, 3.
I always go to bed at 3 a.m. and wake up at 11 a.m. if I'm not working the next day. But sometimes sometimes I accidentally offset that by an hour, and it comes back to bite me the next day. And to be honest, sometimes that ends up happening because I'm watching a bunch of the Twitch streamers who go live in the daytime.
Yeah, for me it's tennis because of the different hours, up till 2, 3, 4. Then the Americans are like 4 in the morning there when they're on. We call it Savage Hour.
Yeah. I call it the graveyard shift because you always like getting up for the international tennis.
Yeah, it's on again today as well.
Yeah, I like getting up for American sports. We got someone else backstage. We have Butt Chop.
Cool.
Long time no see.
Hey, Chops.
Hello.
Hey, Chopper.
What's up, Chops?
Hello. I am prepared to take a few questions, but very limited. So please.
Well, as I always say to my guests, how's your week gone, Chopper?
How's what? Hold on, I gotta turn you up.
Yeah. How's your week gone? Mine's been up and down, personally.
Oh, just completely wretched. Really. Wretched. They've been every day this week they've had showings for the property I live in, so
Is that the place where you're staying?
quite the pain in the rump. As one would expect.
Yeah, because I noticed something was up when you were responding to a bunch of people's comments.
Oh yeah, I was killing time
I was at Replay Toys using the Wi-Fi, and then I was going through my not responded comments, and there were just tons of them. Both of you guys are guilty.
Yeah, that's what happens when you turn on when you turn on the notification bell and get notified of people's uploads.
It's ridiculous, people. Stop commenting, stop liking. One. The Energy Dragon, that's a cool one, Contra.
Yeah, nice build. I love the head. The head's built totally different to when. I suppose they're all built different. Each one's pretty much got its own sort of little.
Yeah.
I started rebuilding. Yeah.
I like the giant horns on it.
Yeah.
The giant horns. Yeah, I like that look.
Yeah, it's totally different. This one, it's great.
Yeah, I like that one.
I just built the ice dragon, and I'm building another one, but I don't have the baby blue parts that go down the spine and all that. So I've just used ice style stud ones and just other white ones. But I've got majority of the parts, so I'm doing pretty good with it.
Nice.
I'll show you how far I've got into the build.
Yeah.
And we're almost at the end of bag 1 here.
Yeah, I got that. My set is covered in dust. I have that set, Mayo. I just have mine covered. Oh, I can't see. I can't see. Can you make Contra a little bigger for a second?
Can put the full screen.
2 secs.
For Contra.
Oh, yeah.
So, with the white. So instead of the white down, the baby blue down the spine, but yeah, I've got most of the other parts.
That looks good like that. I like that.
Yeah, with that. So it's got that ice more look to it than the baby blue white thing. The only thing I didn't have was the 2 rims on the sides here. These ones here, they're more wider. So I've just used the car ones, but they still look good, I reckon. Because once you put the legs over anyway, you can't really tell as much.
No, it looks good.
So,
That looks good, for using your own parts,
Yeah. And I've used the instructions, so I've pretty much built it exactly the same. So just all the parts I've been collecting. So yeah.
So were you
I'll build another one.
Were you able to find most of the pieces to piece it together?
Yeah, man. Yeah. And then I went to a guy from our Lego group had a pop-up shop the other week, so I went there and got a few more parts.
And also while Chops here, I don't think I've been able to ask you this Contra, but I don't think I've said this publicly, but I completely missed a block shop at Brickworld Chicago. I must have been in the wrong area of the convention hall, but I missed where he was.
He was right behind the big thing when you walked in. The people with the really big instruction with the you can buy the expensive builds that they have. I forgot what they're called.
Aren't they the Wicker builds or something?
Deadly Brick Attack or whatever. They have like Pikachu and Mario and stuff, all really huge brick built sculptures that you could buy. He was right on the other side of them, so he was blocked unless you went around them. But he was right in the front, just on the opposite.
Hopefully, Pop's block shop goes back next year.
Oh, he will. He'll do it every year. He does a killing there,
because I'd love to have a brief conversation with him about the economics of selling minifigures, because that man makes a killing selling minifigures.
He's a dear friend of mine. So
his Chops mate.
Dear friend. He's a dear friend.
Do you go and help him sort Chops, or is he a bit too far away? Or
he's about an hour I'm 20 away. He wants me to come up there. Right now, I have about 50. I have 50 pounds that I'm halfway through of his, and I'm gonna wait until I get that done, and then I'll just drive it up to him and help him out.
Nice.
Stay with him up there for a little bit and help him out.
Awesome.
Because doesn't he also live in Wisconsin?
No, he lives in Upper Michigan, which is northern Wisconsin.
Yeah. Because Michigan, Wisconsin, and Illinois are all neighbors.
Yeah, he lives in Upper Michigan, so he's not across the lake. He's actually connected. Upper Michigan is actually connected to Wisconsin.
So he probably lives near the lakes, where
he lives.
Kid Rock.
He
probably lives near the lakes where Kid Rock filmed the music video for All Summer Long.
I would have no idea where he filmed that.
Because, as he said in the lyrics, it was summertime in northern Michigan.
Yeah. I think Pop's Block Shop might be closer to Lake Superior than Lake Michigan.
Yeah, because I know that Block Shop.
Oh, he's by Lake Michigan. Well, Lake Michigan goes. I don't want to talk about lakes really.
Because so that means Pop's Block Shop, Mikey J Productions, who was in the chat earlier, and Devin Fleets all live in the same state. And there's a lot of people that live in Wisconsin as well.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that live in Wisconsin, namely.
You know what was funny? I was on the tennis channel like about 3 weeks ago. Next minute, it's like, Countra! And it was him, bro. It was Pop's Blocks. Derek. He's hollering at me in the tennis channel. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't expect him to be on. So he watches the tennis stream that I watch.
Yeah, he watches tennis, yeah. Oh,
yeah, awesome.
Yeah. That's cool that you saw only one two times in my whole life have I been in a non-Lego stream and seen somebody from Lego in the non-Lego stream.
Yeah. I was like, what the heck? I was like, word. So I don't know if you've seen me holler back at him or not, but yeah, tell him, if you see him, tell him I've seen him. Because I don't know if he reads all his comments all the time because he's so busy,
yeah.
but...
He puts it on while he's working. But I'll tell him that
I thought so. Yeah, on Cam's, it's called Talking Tennis with Cam. He's from Melbourne City. Just him and his dog, and he's like one of the biggest tennis channels. He does all the calling of all like the tennis and stuff. He's like huge. Yeah.
I didn't know there
I'll be on there today.
Huge tennis.
Yeah. Oh, he's got like so many followers. I forget how many, like thousands it is. It's like, and one of the chicks from Chicago, she's always in there and stuff. All people from all around the world. It's crazy as. And he calls every tennis match. He's up till like 3, 4, 5 in the morning. All different hours depending on what country it's in. Yeah, he's that dedicated. So it's called Talking Tennis with Cam Williams.
I just got to go do something for 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Yeah, cool, man.
Well, that's pretty coincidental, though, right?
Yeah.
What a coincidence.
Yeah. I was like, word. I was like, it's Pop's Blocks. He's hollering at me. That's mad as, because I love his channel. I love watching it.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Probably one of the best. He probably is the best Lego reseller I've ever met.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. And he's so dedicated, and you can tell he loves it. His energy, his vibes, the whole lot.
He works hard. He works it like a full-time 9-to-5 job. That's how he's so successful, is that he puts the work in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So I mean, he's hardcore.
Yeah, awesome.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's why. Oh, 1x1 plus.
I watched a video this morning, Chops. The one at the Lego shop thing with that lady.
Oh, it's on
showing all the
replay
different-
toys, yeah.
Yeah, trying to
Yeah,
get your
that's
parts
good.
for the town hall. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
How'd you
what
go
I'm
with
doing
that?
now. See, I have to.
Oh,
I have
okay.
to inventory everything I'm taking out of my own stuff, so it's going slow.
Yeah.
I got a
okay,
bunch
yeah.
of parts. I got a bunch of
Oh,
parts.
that's all
but
right.
Still got to inventory everything I put into it from my stuff, so that I can get recompensated for it.
Yep.
Get coming up to like $100 worth of parts here for my own stuff.
Nice. Yeah, I was doing Ninjago City, so I've got 2 bags of parts. I think I'm up to step 189 or beyond that, but yeah, then I've got to source more parts somehow to get the other rest of the parts.
Yeah,
And
they have one at replay. It's only missing a couple figs.
Okay.
Ninjago City.
And I think I've only got 95 more subscribers until I'll build Ninjago City Gardens.
Oh, awesome. Did you buy the set, Mayo?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, so about 2 hours ago, I said that, and my friend who was selling most of his Ninjago sets.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, he didn't need them anymore. He made me an offer I couldn't refuse, and it was.
How could he not need them?
And it was headlined by the Ninjago City Gardens. He didn't need them anymore because he became a father.
Oh, nice. You got some last time. Is it the same guy, Mayo? Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Chops. Yep.
No worries.
Yeah, so he sold that to me back in January, and
Yeah.
as I was saying at the start of the stream, I built all of the smaller Ninjago sets back in Ninjago month in February, and I've been inching closer and closer to being able to build the Ninjago City Gardens, much like how we inched close enough and finally surpassed the threshold to build the awesome set that is the Galaxy Explorer, and we're almost done on bag 2. So on bag 1, almost done here. Just got to figure out
the
when
Gardens, not Ninjago City from the Lego Ninjago movie.
Okay, so these go here.
You have to be more specific.
Yeah, I remember when the Ninjago City, Welcome to Ninjago City, as it's officially called, came out, and everyone went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs about that, and then it faded. Then when the docs came out, people were like, meh, but when the Gardens came out, people were like, oh my god. And I think when the Gardens came out, that's when Lego finally realized that they're onto a winner with the Ninjago.
Well, the Gardens is a legacy set, so that actually pertains to the shows, the series, the television shows. The first 2 were for the movie, which is a completely a completely different universe. It's not canon with the show. And then the newest one, the Markets, which I think is the most I think is the coolest of all of them. That one is from the show as well, from the new Dragons Rising episodes. And then I have the Temple of Air Jitsu, which was their first direct-to-consumer set, and that one is from the show itself too. So they went show, movie, show. For show.
Cool.
For show. But yeah.
Yeah, I realized I got something wrong, so I need to reverse this right now. I built so many things wrong this stream. It's not even funny.
Yeah, so I'm still working on the town hall. I'm hoping I'm getting closer to the point where I don't have to use my parts anymore.
And we got someone else backstage, and it's Tez. Hello, Tez.
Hey!
Hello. Hello, Governor. Hello. Gov. Governor.
G'day, how you going?
Oh, there.
Hey!
I was like, there's no audio.
G'day.
Hello, Taz.
How are we?
I'm doing well right
Good.
now.
Very good.
Because this
Oh,
is a really cool build. I hope you've had a good week, Taz.
It's been a very busy week, but yeah, it's been okay.
I've been busy too. I think everyone's had a busy week these days.
Yeah, I've got a few projects on the side at the moment, trying to get through them, but they're mostly sorted now, which is good.
And I've got a lot of cleaning up to do after this stream.
I was so happy that I don't have any showing till next week at the earliest, so I can make a huge mess. All weekend, I'm gonna throw my toys all over the house. I already dumped out all my brown bricks in my bedroom on the floor looking for something, so it already feels like home again.
Couldn't imagine anything better than anything better than being able to use every single inch of floor space.
Yeah. Oh, did I write these parts down? Oh, I keep forgetting. I need to look for them, inventory them, and then I can place them down.
Now, something doesn't look quite right.
Uh-oh.
Because I think
It
it's
is
the way some of these Technic pieces.
It is coming along for being pulling all of this from my own stuff, except for a few of the things from the store, from the store that owns the set. It's coming together pretty good for literally picking and inventorying everything.
So how much does that set go for at the moment? It's a fair bit, isn't it, that one?
Let me take a gander look.
Yeah, I know Main Street or whatever it's called, and the fire station.
I really like the town hall.
Greengrocers.
What is this? Set 10 224.
I think it goes for a fair amount, that one.
Oh yeah, it's from 2012.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not new.
If for some reason these Technic dimensions aren't lining up, I've got to rewind some of the instructions to figure out what's going on here.
Oh, that one's not complete. That one's in really bad condition.
Okay, let's see. I mixed up the positions of one of the blue pins and one of the black pins.
Wish you hadn't gotten too far into it to refix it.
The cheapest used complete on Bricklink is $600, but you have to order it from South Korea.
Wow.
So it only goes up from there. It's not even a U.S. listing yet, and a lot of these are incomplete, and they're more than. There's an incomplete one from the U.S. at $670. This one is currently incomplete. This one's currently incomplete, but here's a complete one from the U.S. for $685.
Not bad. Here it'd be about 900.
This one's missing about. This one's missing 2 minifigs. Oh, new! It's like new. It's quite a bit more. I think the cheapest new one was Let me find it. Let me get to the new one. Cheapest new one, $780. No, $767 from Indonesia, $766 from Hong Kong, $734 from Italy, $731 from Singapore is the cheapest one. But then you gotta pay shipping from Singapore,
Yeah.
which might not be bad for Australia, but for America it would be bad.
Yeah, that's why I order a lot of Lego on Bricklink from Thailand because they have.
Yeah, if you order from Southeast Asia, you can probably have better shipping costs than I can from Southeast Asia. Because of your proximity.
And a lot of the Thailand sellers, like most famously Aditi Bricks, are able to get really good shipping into our country.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying, sweet cakes.
Yeah. And I bought from, I think, 3 different Thai stores in my life, and I think it's because it's because there's a distributor in Thailand that is able to get a lot of cheap stuff from the factory in China, and they're able to get it into Thailand very quickly. I forget who the wholesaler is, but I know that's how DD Bricks gets their pieces.
Yeah, I used to order a lot of Tomy trains from Thailand, Singapore, Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, because they would get it very cheaply from Japan, and then I would order it from them for less than it would cost to get it from Japan. But I would get it sent by boat, so it would take like 2 months to get it. But it'd be super cheap shipping. But I ordered a lot of Tomy trains from that neck of the woods.
Yeah, that's because the old Tomy Thomas Motor Road and Rail was available worldwide, but the Play Rail and the Tomica stuff is exclusive to Southeast Asia because of the way that Hit Entertainment and now Mattel controls the merchandise rights and distribution across the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Which is why I've always said that
Mattel controls it. Mattel sucks, but luckily in Japan, Tomy still has Thomas.
Yeah, that's because Mattel chooses to focus on the Western world, and they let Tomy maintain the rights in the Asian market, and Tomy produces much better toys for Thomas the Tank Engine than what Mattel does.
Yeah,
but at least Mattel has never accidentally put a QR code on the box that takes you to a porn website.
Well, they could.
Because I know that a lot of the Bluey fans in the UK noticed that, and they had to do that recall. It finally speaks the way that the Technic pieces are configured. And that's the end of bag 1. So we'll start. I'll probably go for an hour longer and do the start of bag 2. Might be able to get a little bit over halfway through that. So we've got massive Technic frame. These 2x2 red plates are just kind of hanging
what I don't like about that build is you do the massive Technic innards, and then it's like you tile off the whole thing. It looks pretty cool, but it takes away from the classic space builds from the 80s. Like, it's nothing like a classic space. Like, on the outside, it gives the aesthetic of that, but it really, the build itself is not like, for one, it wouldn't be all tiled off. It wouldn't be all smooth with tiled off, and it wouldn't be all Technic in the middle like that.
Actually, I think it's because I forgot to put in these two pieces. I think that's why it's floating. Let me try squeeze these in here.
Oh, one more
Just to line up with the Technic hole.
What are you building, Taz?
So I've got it on my YouTube channel. I've been doing the rock work for my layout and that at the moment.
Can we
Oh,
put
nice.
Can you put Taz on the big screen for a second so I can see his thing? It looks awesome. Oh yeah.
I'm not worthy of the big screen, dude. Take us off the big screen. I'm not worthy of the big screen.
It looks good.
No, it's
Nice, Taz.
Yeah, it looks really good, man.
Thank you.
I just wanted to see it because otherwise your screen is so small I can't look at it very well. But the water looks really good. Oh yeah.
There we
The
go.
water's edge looks really good against
Right.
the rock. See, that's gorgeous. Yeah, that looks great. man.
Beautiful.
I'm trying to do a tunnel right down through the middle of the 32 by 32 base plate. So I've got a middle section, and then I'm going to be putting another one on the other side, which will have the other end. So it's a short tunnel, but the maths works out because I'm putting the lighthouse up on two 48 by 48 base plates. So 3 of the 32s gives you 96, and 48 and 48 is 96. So it works out.
Right.
And then, so that way, then where the lighthouse is going to sit, there won't be any, like, it'll be just minimalist brick because I've done all the mountain work on the smallest, on the smaller base plates. So it'll look like that that there's, that it's sitting. It'll still give the appearance that it's sitting on top of a mountain, basically. So, yeah, it'll get there. It's just taken a bit longer than, like, rock work's always tedious. It always sucks, but there's a payoff. There's a bit of a trade-off at the end of it. So yeah, I like using the tiles for the water, but not everybody likes tiles. So, and I can understand that. But I mean, for me, it gives off the look that I like to sort of to do. But the tunnel, the inside of the tunnel is very basic because, well, the camera's not going to pick the whole thing up and see right through the tunnel. So, I'm not lighting it up or anything like that. I was thinking of actually putting a little minifig in a kayak with a torch, maybe, and actually lighting the torch, but I don't know. That's
a good idea.
But yeah, for now, I'm just it'll be a dark tunnel. So, but yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, that's a good idea. Like what you're doing with the lighthouse, and then you're doing that's what I did for my volcano. My volcano cat or my pyroclastic palace, basically it sat inside of a mill's plate of rockwork so that it looked like it's on a hill, but actually around the structure itself, I didn't have to do any rockwork. I just could set, it's like four 48 by 48 base plates for the rock. So basically that's that was just the outside of it, and then you set the thing inside the center. And then it gives it the appearance that's on there.
That's what I'm doing with the lighthouse is that, it'll sit on basically just a framework structure, which will have a top to it so I can put trees and plants and all that sort of shit around it.
Yeah.
But
it butts up to that. It'll butt up to your rockwork, yeah.
Yeah, and exactly. And then the underside of it is just going to be framework just to hold everything up structurally. But it's just going to be a bunch of clown bricks, as I call it. It's not going to be, it's just multicolored bricks. And there'll be some Duplo in there as well. Just
that's what's inside mine. That's what's inside mine for that volcano layer. It's just Duplo and like random bricks to hold it up. Yeah.
And it works
Yeah,
really well.
Yeah, because I was gonna ask what you're gonna use the Duplo, because I've got some terraforming that I'll need to do in the future, and I've got about 24 Duplo bricks that I'll be able to use to fill out the interior, so that you don't have to stack bricks on top of bricks.
Yeah, and that's what I've done. Like, this is the non-camera friendly angle, but as you can see, it's just clown bricks. It's different.
Yeah.
I've had to do some stacking of bricks, obviously, to form some of the mountains, so that I was trying to not make it look too Minecrafty, but I've got limited slate bricks that I can work with as well. So I'm sort of having to make it almost look a little bit Minecrafty, but I can use the cheese wedge pieces as well. I've got a stack of them in light grey, dark grey. Don't have many in green or other lighter colours, but I've got enough in the darker colours to smooth out some of the edges to make the mountain look less Minecrafty. But I've always liked tiling for water, because I've got a couple of shots where I've done with the camera where you get reflections and it looks really cool. It's a big it's what. Like it's a trade-off if you're, if you want that sort of look. And it looks a bit glassy where the tiles are, but in the perfect world, I would have done it on Mills plate if I could afford. And what I would have done is used either the dark blue, like the blue that we got, or that darker blue base plate that we got for the lighthouse, the motorized lighthouse set. I'd have used that color plate or black plate, and then put the tiles on top of that to give it depth, because the transclear tiles on a black plate or a darker color plate like a dark blue, it gives you that vision. It gives you that visually it looks like you're in like deep water. Like it actually makes it look like that the water's deep, and you can achieve that with Mills plate as well. But I can't afford to do Mills plate at the moment. I wish I could, but I actually started doing the maths on it, and I would have been spending, just to get me started with enough of the plates, the pieces that I didn't have in the colours that I don't have enough of. I was looking at potentially initially $500 brickling border, and I'm just like, I can't afford it. And that's brickling. It's like $500. I'm like, no, I can't do it.
Yeah, I know.
For sure.
I know plenty of people out there who have made mocks of a similar size to what the building has, and they've also had to fund up $500 just for the mills. It's unaffordable for a lot of mock builders, and that's why I would never pursue the mills, because I'd rather spend the money on making the mock look good rather than making the mock be module, and that's the same decision.
If I was doing exhibitions and that, then sure, I'd go Mills plate to conform with with the basics of what pretty much most of the exhibitors do. But from a cost point of view, at the moment, it's not within my reach, and to do what I want to do with it, it's just going to be at home for now. So, one day when I can afford to do Mills plate, I'll do Mills plate. I don't have to do a lot to switch it over to Mills plate. I'll have to rebuild the mountain work and all that sort of stuff, but I won't have to do much else. But it's just at the moment, it's a cost point, and I'm just using what I've got in the best way that I can. I would have loved.
Well, that's what you should. That's what you should be doing. That's what. That's what any of us can really do. You know what I mean? Unless you have deep pockets, which most people don't.
No, but I mean, if I was doing,
you do the best with what you got, man.
Yeah, and I mean, there's different ways that I can, that I could have done this sort of work, but because at the moment I'm just displaying this at home. I'll put it on YouTube and stuff like that, and Instagram. But because it's at home, I'm not needing to transport it anywhere at the moment. So I love the Mills plate idea and the technology and the technique behind it. I just don't have the money to back it up.
You have no reason to be apologetic for not doing it. I mean, you don't have to explain yourself. The way I get around doing it is, luckily, I'm able to that Replay Toys. I'm able to buy by weight and not by, buy like Bricklink or even pick a brick from Lego. So I'm able to get the bricks super cheap.
Yeah.
And I'm able to basically, for pennies, get Mills plate supplies, I guess, and plates to go on top of the plate. You put base plate, brick, and then plates. You need a lot of plates and a lot of brick to build them. But if you buy it by weight, it's so much better than buying it.
And very quickly, I'll say, long time no see. I wish Andrew. I always enjoy reading your tweets about the NFL. It says, "Hey Mayo, this is a great set. I built the old versions before building the final one and enjoyed them all. Do you have the original as well?" Unfortunately, no. I do have the Crater base plate and the Moon Landing Road base plate that would have come in the original 79 Galaxy Explorer, but I don't own the set itself because I inherited a lot of my vintage Lego from my brother back in the mid 2000s, and he was born in '85, so he grew up with Lego in the late '80s and the early '90s, which is, in my opinion, the best period for Lego ever. I freaking love the sets that came out in the late '80s and early '90s, and I'm friends with a lot of people who have a lot of nostalgia for the sets that came out in that era. So I never got my hands on any of the classic space stuff. I always enjoy seeing that stuff at the Lego conventions. There were two, including one of my friends, Fick and Bricks. A lot of people probably know about Fick. He brings around his classic space stuff to conventions he goes to, and there was another one and another one. So I always enjoy seeing that stuff at the conventions, because there are some lugs that devote their entire projects around classic space, and it's really awesome to see the creativity they get to do. And that's why when I make my space box, I'm heavily inspired by what I see at those conventions. But unfortunately, the second-hand prices for most of those sets are out of my price range. However, a lot of the vintage space sets from the 90s are more affordable for me, which is why I choose to buy stuff from the early 90s and the mid-90s, not the classic space era.
Oh, you got a good set, Rich.
Ooh, that looks nice. That's one of the I think that's LL.
It's one of the smaller version of that.
That's cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
But it has, you take off that little tile, and then you can open it up to get the cargo. Oh, and it comes with a forklift too.
Oh, it's like the new one.
It comes with a gray forklift that you can lift the cargo out, like a little Space Rover.
A buddy of mine over here's got that same set. It's cool. Mayo, can you, when you finish there with the shop, can you put me on follow?
You can take me off of there.
Yeah, sure.
That was to show Irish Andrew. Just wanted to show Andrew.
Oh, the 1980s.
Oh yeah, that's a great set, buddy.
Yeah,
that's a good one, Taz.
Yeah. I can thank Grandma Taz for that one. She, you know, it's funny how your parents, with technology, like if her TV needed to be tuned in, she'd need help. But if I sit her in front of a computer with eBay, she's a friggin' shark at eBay. Like, she knows her shit. She sends me a photo this set, and I said no. And I said, do you realise you can't buy that set on the shelves no more? Like, you know, in normal stores, you're not going to find it like a Kmart or Big W or somewhere like that. I said, they don't make this set anymore. And she's like, oh, there's a guy in the UK's got it, and he's selling it. She said, oh, it's not missing any pieces. It's all original. Do you want it? And I'm like, oh, hell yes. And look at the tiny little plate. It's base plate. Actually, it's not even a plate. It's a base plate.
Yeah.
So it's an 8x16 base plate.
Yeah, because I believe they stopped producing the 8x16 base plates 10 years ago.
Yeah. This set is what's this 1983? I think this came out.
Yeah, that's the peak of that's part of the peak of early 80s goodness right there.
This set is as old as me. I'm 40, so this is 40 years old. I showed this to my kids and they were blown away. And I said the best part about it is even though this was made 40 years ago, you can still connect this to normal Lego bricks now. Like it's Lego. It's the same thing. The bricks still have really good clutch power. This set was in really good condition. The only thing that wasn't in good condition was the box. The box looked fairly well shagged, but the set itself. Hey, the box was the only thing that was damaged.
Oh, the box. That's
the box. Yeah, the box was fairly well. She was shagged, but you'd expect that after 40 years. Like the thing wasn't. It's not missing any parts though. That's
It's cardboard, Taz. It's gonna.
Oh, of course it's gonna degrade. Yeah, but thanks, Mayo. Take us off if you're on there, mate. But yeah,
that's a cool set, man.
That's a cool little set.
Yeah, it's a great set.
Yeah,
that's cool that she found that for you on eBay. That's pretty badass.
I know. Yeah. I was just like, oh. And she said, look, he's a really good seller. He had really good ratings. Like, she knows all the tricks when she's on eBay. She knows what, like, she can look at stuff and I go, hey, that looks like a good deal. She's like, yeah, that's a scam. I'm like, how do you know? And she's like, trust me, I know. I'm like, okay. So she knows the way around eBay, but, ask her to cheat the TV and she's got no idea. But you sit her in front of eBay and she's evil. It's like, wow.
Go Grandma Taz.
Yeah, she's brilliant.
Has Grandpa Taz ever used eBay?
He does, but he uses it for we'll just say adult content. We'll say that much, but he sort of knows eBay, but not really. Like his special lady friend Edna needs to help him out occasionally, but between the two of them, yeah, he could find his way around. There's a few other sites he's good at, but I'll leave that for another conversation.
Good stuff.
But yeah, no, it's been good. I'm enjoying getting this sort of. The rock work's tedious, but it's paying off. Like there is that trade-off. It looks really good when it's done, and that's. A few people have commented on it and they've been saying, "Oh yeah, it's taken you a while," and it's like, yeah, the trade-off though it looks really good, and that's what I'm sort of aiming for me to do this and to stick this out. Like ordinarily by now, I'd have rage quit on this and just gone, "No, it's too difficult."
Yeah, personally, rockwork is the big. Like rockwork is a nightmare for me. It always turns out really good in the end.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. You just got to stick it through. Like you just got to be persistent, and all the cliches thrown in there. But once you do that, there is a good trade-off. It's just it takes so much time, and there's a lot of parts. But it's looking, it is actually looking good. To the best that I can do it, to the best of my ability. But yeah, no, I'm having fun with it though. That's the main thing.
And the way that you've got those tiny sprinkles of green on the rock makes it look like there's moss and seaweed on it.
That's what I was going for.
This thing. This was.
Oh yeah, would have been. Bloody hell. Yeah, that would have been. Oh.
Yeah. It's half as tall as me, and it's all the way around. It was a nightmare. That was at Chicago. What's funny is Mayo goes, "Hey, Butchop, there's a mock over here I think you would like," and he showed me my own mock. It didn't have a name card, so he goes, "Think you'd like this mock?"
Oh yeah.
I'm like, "I built that, bro." It's like, oh. No wonder I thought you'd like it. Yeah, this is all rock work. It's probably 3 feet tall from the. Oh, really, it's heavy as hell.
Yeah.
But yeah, rock work is like a nightmare for me now.
Yeah.
That I've done so much of it.
Yeah, it always takes a while.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people who have been spending years at their mocks because some people have jobs, some people have families to take care of, some people can't source the parts that they need. I'm kind of a combination with all that on the supermarket I've been trying to build. I've spent about 6 years trying to build that thing, and it's not even a quarter built. So
Yeah.
when I move house, I definitely need to put more of an emphasis on trying to get that done.
Well,
And
what's
it's not
sucked
even
more
going
than
to
the
any-
rock?
and it's not even going to any conventions or anything. It's just a passion project, but it's not something that gets featured on my YouTube channel a lot, so I've kind of deprioritized it.
Yeah.
The thing that sucked about that wasn't necessarily the rock work. It was that it had to be able to hold up something wider and heavy. And
Yeah,
it had to, like wider, like the pillar is like this, and then the thing on top's like this. So I had to. It's not easy to like have a top heavy
No.
thing. So it's all Technic inside there. It's insane. It was I hated it.
Not that I've got the set, but I mean, it looks like I was curious to see how they did the Gringotts Bank for Harry Potter, the Lego set that come out, because that looks very top heavy. From top down, it looks very top heavy. I know that they do it in modular form. I've seen enough videos on it, but you know, it still looks like it gives that appearance of being very top heavy. I'm like, that's putting stress on the bricks. But I know that they would have, you know, legally, of course, found a way to, you know, do it so that you're not overstressing your bricks and stuff like that, or whatever they call it, you know, illegal techniques or legal techniques, whatever they do. But
It's gotta have some kind of hefty inner support or something.
I'd have to, because it would be over time stressing the bricks themselves. So, but it's interesting though. I haven't got that set. It's reasonably expensive over here, but I've seen a few people do reviews on it and that. But I want to get the Viking Village, but I'm also looking at getting the Winter Village Ski Lodge, the one that's got stupid sexy Flanders on it.
Yes.
Yeah. Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Feels like I'm wearing nothing.
It's so.
I love Homer's flashback to him saying "feels like I'm wearing nothing at all" is one of my favorite parts of The Simpsons ever.
I love The Simpsons. I've always been a big fan.
Because he's flying. Because I forget what it is.
His butt looks so good.
I forget the episode, but he's thinking about it, and then he crashes his car or something. Which you could make. I'm sure somebody's already made a compilation video of every time he's crashed his car because he's thinking about someone or something, or he's eating food, or he sees a billboard, or an animal crosses the road or something.
Yeah. There's some funny stuff on there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can view The Simpsons to my heart's content on Disney Plus.
Yeah, I try and catch as many of the episodes as I can. Watch it with the kids sometimes, and yeah, always good for a laugh.
Yeah, because I recently, about 2 weeks ago, I realised from season 34, they made 6 more episodes than when I last binge watched The Simpsons on Disney Plus. Now that it's approaching Halloween, they'll probably start releasing season 35 soon, because they always start the new season either around Halloween or the month of Halloween, because the Treehouse of Horror episodes are normally at the start of the season.
Yeah, true.
So that means it'll be Treehouse of Horror 34, the season 35.
Yeah.
And I'll never not enjoy watching the first Treehouse of Horror with the actor Alan Poe.
Yeah, Mrs. Taz likes that one. Like, I haven't watched a lot. I haven't watched all of the whole thing because the latest series I sort of lost a bit of interest in it. But I go back to the early seasons 1, 2, 3, 4, through to maybe season 10. I just like more of the old, the older Simpsons, the old school Simpsons.
Yeah, because my sweet spot for the Simpsons is probably season 4 to season 16.
Season 4 was really good. Season 4.
I think you can make a case that season 4 objectively was the best season of The Simpsons.
Yeah, it was one of their better seasons.
Because the writers finally got on a roll, and Conan was still writing for The Simpsons back then.
It took them a little bit to establish it, but once they had it established, then it was it just, you could tell when they found their groove.
Because when I look at any cartoons, I define the good seasons of how they hold up to modern standards. Season 1, the music is clearly dated, and the visuals are clearly dated. The voice actors are clearly dated. But I think season 4 of The Simpsons is, at least in my opinion, is the first season of The Simpsons where you can look at it and say it's not dated.
Yeah.
They also, they did have once the show was a hit, they were given a bigger budget for quality and stuff like that, and to hire more animators and stuff. You know what I mean? They were able to work harder on the actual animation and stuff.
Which is why they were able to afford people like Conan O'Brien in the early 90s.
Right.
Conan
O'Brien at that time was a writer. He was a writer for Saturday Night Live. He was a big into comedy writing before he actually had his own show and stuff like that. Before he had his own thing, he was a comedy writer. So he was a behind the scenes writing comedy for other comedy shows.
Yeah. I've watched an interview on all that stuff, and he said in the earlier days, they didn't know how long, and even he didn't know how long he was going to be on air for, and he's been one of the longest serving late night hosts, and he went through quite a bit. He wasn't just an overnight success. It took him with hosting the show. Back when he was first trying to do it, it seemed like the TV execs at the time weren't really giving him. They weren't putting really much faith in him at all, and he's been able to look back and at a really successful career. So he stuck it out. He didn't give up. And he's a very funny guy as well. He's
hilarious, and part of it is that he's a huge man, and he's got that red hair, and he looks cartoonish, with his hair wave. But one of the funniest things was, he was asking, they had a thing where he was asking his interns what they thought about him, and they were saying the most funny thing. They were saying they did an impression of him walking, and then he made fun of how the impression of him walking. I don't know what it was. It was a behind the scenes of his show. It was on YouTube. You can watch it probably still. But he's talking to the interns. It's hilarious. The go-between. Because he's asking them what they think about him or what comes to mind. And they're tall. And I don't know.
And I thought I read somewhere that the reason he replaced Johnny Carson when Johnny Carson retired is because he was doing a little bit of writing for Johnny Carson before.
I think he was. Yeah, there was. Yeah, he was known. He was still known to the industry before he started hosting the actual show.
He was. That's what I was saying. He's a comedy writer before. He was a behind the scenes guy long before that. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
many people consider both Johnny Carson and Ed Sullivan to be at the greatest late night hosts of all time.
Yeah, and you can say that with like comedians as well in general. Like, you know, even in Australia, a lot of the old school comics will know that Richard Pryor pretty much invented that sort of style of, like, even with stand-up comedy and stuff like that. Like Richard Pryor, like him or hate him, but he really cemented a lot of the foundations for that, you know, style of comedy now that a lot of us take for granted. That, or, you know, younger generations won't even know that, you know, if it wasn't for people like that, comedy may not have been like it is sort of now. But, you know, if you really want to go back to those origins, you do look at those people like Richard Pryor and the ones that just stood out a little bit more and told it how it was, compared to, you know, a lot of comics nowadays. They don't want to, you know, they won't touch politics or anything like that because they're worried that, you know, they'll get cancelled or whatever. It's comedy, for Christ's sake. It's just comedy. It's
and
not.
that's why, and that's why I like to tell it how it is, and that's why I get people commending me for telling it how it is, because I like to go back onto YouTube and watch a lot of stand-up comedy from 50 to 30, well, from 30 to 50 years ago, and they weren't afraid to be funny. It seems like there's too many people these days who are afraid to be funny.
Well, it's that because of what they call like the cancel culture, or you know, they're worried about, if we do something and someone says something bad, no one's going to come to my live show. If you can't distinguish the difference from what's being said as a proper opinion or just to get some laughs, then don't go to comedy shows. If you know, it's like if you're going to go to it's like going to a, sadly he's passed away now, but like a Ralphie May, comedy show. You're going to get the dirty humor because that was a lot of his style of comedy. You know, but whereas if you go to some of the other, like, you know, other comedians, theirs is a bit more toned down. But you look at Jeff Dunham and stuff like that, and the characters that he does, but it's comedy. That's the thing. It's just comedy. It's designed to make you laugh. He's not shoving his opinion down your throat. He's making you laugh, and that's what's wrong with that. You know, it's like if you don't like that sort of stuff, don't go to a comedy show because you're gonna get offended if you don't like it.
You're not forced to watch it. So if you don't like that particular type of comedy, you have the right to not watch it. Like, no one's forcing you. So if you don't like it, you don't have to cancel it. Just watch someone else. It's that simple.
And the people that don't understand that fact, Chopper, are the ones who still go to the show and heckle the comedians for being quote unquote out of touch.
Well, no, they just want something to complain about. They watch it because they need something to get upset about. If they were a big boy, if they were an adult, then they would say, "Hey, I don't like this, so I'm not going to watch it. There's other comedians that I can watch." That's what the whole thing is. You don't censor someone. You're not being forced to ingest it. So don't watch it. It's cool. You don't have to watch it.
Yeah,
no one's forcing you.
And that's why
they act like they're being held at gunpoint, and they're not.
And that's why I like people like Jim Owen and Carl Bowen, because they're not afraid of those people. They're going to be funny.
Yeah.
Edgy comedy pushes the limits. Edgy comedy is all about pushing the limits of appropriateness. That's what makes it funny. If you can't handle being pushed to the edges, the limits of, social boundaries, then don't watch that. There's plenty of vanilla comics that you can watch that won't offend you.
Yeah. Because everyone that doesn't want to be offended can go live their lives not being offended and subject themselves to a worse quality and lesser standard of comedy. And
No, but they'd rather
everyone
act
else-
like they'd rather act like they're being attacked and forced to watch it, and even though they're not, they'd rather act like they're offended and someone is doing something personal to them when no one is. That's what they'd rather do.
And everyone
You know what I mean?
else, and everyone else that's normal, that acknowledges laughter is the best medicine, and doesn't get easily offended, and just wants to enjoy themselves and enjoy all of the wonderful comedians that aren't afraid of cancel culture. Because like sometimes I go back and watch some of the old scenes from the New York Friars Club, and the most important takeaway I ever got from watching the New York Friars Club on Comedy Central is, if you're not being roasted, we don't like you. And I always thought that was a really powerful message, because if you like someone, or if you're friends with someone, you're going to make jokes about them in your banter, and they will understand that it's banter out of friendship. It's not jokingly insulting someone. And I think some people can't tell the difference, because either they don't understand sarcasm, or they've been programmed differently.
Some people are very literal, and some people can dish it out, but they can't take it. Some people can dish it out, but they can't take it, you know?
Well, I learned, I was listening to a live stream, and someone was talking about Weird Al Yankovic and him doing like the parodies. Now, I didn't know this until I ended up having looking into it myself a little bit. Michael Jackson gave Weird Al access to parody, his songs. Michael Jackson requested, he basically had said to Weird Al, I'm giving you permission, pick a couple of songs, go to town. So he picked Beat It, which became Eat It, and then Bad.
Classic Weird Al. That's a classic.
Bad or something as well. So, but usually he would need to go to the person that he wanted to do the rip-off song to, or the parody, and ask for their permission. But Michael Jackson basically sought him out and said, I'm giving you permission to do this, pick a couple of songs, have fun. Because back then, a lot of them considered it an honor to basically be to have a parody of one of their big hit songs parodied by honor.
Well, it is an honor because it's flat,
And I thought that was pretty cool that Michael Jackson had done that with Weird Al. It's just like, I mean, again, love Michael or hate Michael, but the fact that he did that with Weird Al, I'm like, that's cool. That's actually really cool. Good on him.
And not only is that good, brothership within the Recording Institute Association, but it's also talent to recognize talent.
Yeah.
Because Michael Jackson was good at what he did, and Weird Al is good at what he does. Yeah.
These songs aren't going to hurt Michael Jackson's record sales. They're only going to help Michael Jackson's record sales. And he realized that. Whereas some of the other people who got butthurt, supposedly, even though they gave permission and then tried to say that they didn't, they were too stupid to realize that it's only going to help their career, not hurt it. So
that's right, yeah.
And Lego Team B is still here. It says back in the 80s and 90s, sampling was flattering. Now it's step one. Now it's step one in a lazy copyright strike.
They charge you so much to sample something. People don't sample and things anymore because you have to pay royalties. So it's so expensive to use a 1.5 second clip of another song. You have to pay thousands of dollars for a 1.5 second clip of a song. Why even bother sampling?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you used to be able to sample it, and there was artistic use of. We didn't get into the politics of music industry for days.
Oh, of course,
Tell me
yeah.
about it.
I just thought it was cool that Michael Jackson actually, sought out Weird Al and said, "Hey, like, here's my permission. Go and have fun. Go do it." It's just like that's cool. That's actually, yeah.
Michael was secure enough in his talent. He knew that he had talent. He didn't have to worry. His talent, he wasn't threatened by someone else.
Oh, hell no.
Doing a parody of his music. You know what I mean? He knew that his talent was good enough that it didn't take anything away from his talent.
Yeah.
Like I said, if anything, people who heard the parody probably went and bought Michael Jackson's album too.
Yeah. That's a good trade-off.
Yeah, and one of my favorite scenes from any Simpsons episode is when they got Weird Al on, and he did the parody of that song when Homer and Marge went on that date. I forget what the original song is, but it's the one that goes da 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 da. I forget what the name of the song is, but it keeps on getting played on the radio at my work all the time.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was as well.
I'm sure I've Shazammed it or something. I could probably get the name of the song.
Well, the Simpsons, they did a parody of Rock Me Amadeus by Falco. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas, Dr.
That's
Zayas.
true, yeah, I did too.
Yeah, I was like, I'm the H parody of Falco's Rock Me Amadeus. I love Falco. So we started with the Simpsons. I'm like, that's awesome. So I love playing the H too. So I was like, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was cool.
So I'm quite happy with what we've been able to get done today. The first bag was mainly Technic pieces, and the second bag was mainly plate pieces. So we've got the core shape of the chassis, and we've got the beginnings of the cockpit, because we've got the four seats for the astronauts. There's two steering wheels. I'm pretty sure there are control panels that eventually get put on here, and those two 2x2 45-degree slopes that are white with the black vertical lines on it. They go behind the seat right here, and this ramp goes down back here so that you can unload and reload the little rover. And I'm pretty sure later on in the build, this 8x16 black tile goes here to give a resting spot for the rover. I think that's how it's going to be built. And very cool to get the rover. And no, sorry, not the rover. Oh, I just got the minifigure. Let me get the minifigure. Very cool to get the robot that's holding the coffee cups, so it can go over to the 1988 big rig truck stop and be a waiter for the truckies going to get their cup of joe. I want to piece together the big rig truck stop, the buildings from the big rig truck stop, and the trucks from the big rig truck stop, and try and make that scene. I think it'd be a funny crossover. And to finally get a red spaceman in my collection is a good one.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
And so later on Twitch, I'll be while I'm in the midst of building this, I'm going to change my Saturday streams from Minecraft streams to trying to get more of this done. And I'm going to for the first month, or for my Instagram live streams for a while, going to try get this done, and then once we get this done, go back to my regular Minecraft stuff on Saturdays on Twitch, and go back to mock making on Instagram. I'm reasonably happy with what we've been able to get done in the past 4 hours.
Nice. Oh, I better
I'm
go,
guessing-
mate. I've got to get lunch.
I'm guessing these grey pieces that I'm pretty sure we're first using the Mario sets will get used later. Yeah,
Those are for the landing. That's for the landing gear.
I'm pretty sure this is
The landing gear is like actually my favorite part about that set. Otherwise, I prefer Benny's ship to the Galaxy Explorer, except the landing gear is so awesome on the Galaxy Explorer. Trying to be funny.
Yeah, I'm getting quite hungry too, Contra.
It's like 3:45 here. I fully forgot that I hadn't had
Yeah.
lunch yet.
my midnight lunch.
Thing here. Where can we find you on social media, Contra?
So I'm at UCount Arts BB Bricks Craze on Instagram, and on YouTube I am Countra Bricks Builds Craze.
Awesome. Can't wait to see you sometime later this weekend.
Yeah, cool. So I'll talk to you. I'll inbox you or something next Friday once I got them.
Can't wait to see photos of the Santa Fe stuff.
Yeah, cool. Take care, Chops.
Yeah.
Taz.
See you,
Good to see you, Don.
See you, Contra. See you, buddy.
See you later.
See you, mate.
Yeah.
So I'll put bag 3 back in the box. Actually, no. I'll put bag 3 off to my side here, because that's what we'll build on Twitch later today. And I'll keep these pieces I'll use for later bags, and the minifigure and the robot on top of this stuff as well. Yeah, I think we'll cap this at 4 hours. So I've got shapes and I've got mini Oreos I'll be having after this stream. And I'll go back and listen to some LEGO podcasts and see if there's any Twitch streams that I can watch while I'm trying to put together a tripod. So I'm going to get out the Technic pieces I will be using to build my LEGO tripod before the end of this stream. And I'm pretty sure I still have a Tycho building plate that I can use as the base. But if I don't, I'll have to use one of the 16x16 plates that I've got in my drawers up here. I've got all sorts of mess behind me. I've got to clean it all up before the real estate agent comes. Yeah, so there was one last thing. Who's texting me? It's Domino's. Domino's texts me every single day. I think they want me to join the buffet club or something.
The Bunghole Club? What's the Bunghole Club?
Taz knows what
What's the Bunghole Club?
The what? Sorry.
The
He said
buffet.
The Bunghole Club.
Oh, a buffet club.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was gonna
buffet
say
club.
Bunghole Club sounds pretty nasty.
No, not that sort of club. Buffet club.
I had a whole bunch of containers that fell over, so I've got to clean this up after the stream. But I need to get these out of the way so that I can access the Technic pieces.
Wait, why would a real estate agent come to your house on Sunday?
No, the real estate agent's going to come on Tuesday.
Well, you got tons of time to clean up. Make a mess.
Yeah, I've got a ridiculous amount of mess, so it'll probably take me.
Make that mess.
It'll
Make
probably
that
take
mess.
me until Monday to clean
Oh.
everything up.
Make that mess.
A buddy of mine in Adelaide is he's a real estate agent, and when he first started, like he buys and sells houses now. When he first started in real estate, he was doing the rental side of things, where they mainly start you when you start out as a real estate agent, they sort of start you down the bottom and you work your way up. So his job back then, when he first started, was going on the inspections, like with the routine inspections for the rental properties. And anyway, this one particular day, he went to do an inspection, and you usually get a letter in the mail or email, and sometimes you can get a month's notice or 2 months' notice when your next inspection is due. They give you plenty of time usually. And they will tell you in the letter that they will bring their own set of keys, because if you're not home, they'll still do the inspection regardless, because that's what they can legally do. Whether you agree with it or not, that's what they can legally do. So
Well, they just have to give you a notice. They just have to legally give you a notice, and then after that, they can enter.
They can enter the
If they
property,
give a
because that notice is them saying, we're going to be here on this date. If you're not home, not our problem. They're still doing the inspection. So he went to this little apartment building, and one of the units in there was being rented out. So he's gone in, but he's been standing at the front door, knocking on the front door for about 15 minutes, and nothing. And then he's just gone, well, bugger it, I'll go in myself. So he's gone in to the apartment. Unknowing to him, so up the other end of the apartment was a couple in a bedroom, let's just say having special cuddle times. And they so he's gone to, because you have to inspect every room. So he's gone, the last room on his list was the master bedroom. So he's gone down to the bedroom, and obviously as he got much closer, he could hear that something was going on. But he sort of assumed that, well, maybe there was someone in there, but maybe they were watching, would just say an adult program. And so he's knocked on the door, didn't hear any reaction. He's gone to open the door, and there they were in all the birthday suit glory, legs in the air.
Oh, God.
And like he was so embarrassed. It's like, so
I would have not opened the door at all. I would have just not inspected that room.
And then the saxophone riff from a George Michael's Careless Whisperer starts playing.
Pretty much, and that was that. And he just said that was one of the most embarrassing, inspections that he's ever had to do. And thankfully, not long after that, he moved into buying and selling, and then being an actual agent, not like a property manager, but being an actual agent. And but he told me that, and I said, dude, I've got to use that if I can, because on stuff I do, I can.
Well, I'm sure after that he was very careful about entering rooms.
Oh yeah, no, he's.
I'm sure he took precautions from then on before he entered rooms that he heard any kind of
learning
noise.
experience. It was a very much a learning experience for him, but a funny one though. Like I'd be just like, oh my god, like.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was hilarious, but it's.
It wasn't funny after the fact. It probably wasn't funny when it happened to him, but one of those you can laugh about it later.
He told me about it a couple of hours after it happened, because him and I actually we both used to work in radio, so we did some more comedy sort of style radio shows. We didn't actually work together, but we were both in the industry at the same time, and became friends just through the industry. And he knew, and like we've both been out of the radio game for quite a while now, but he's still called. He knows I do streaming and stuff, and he's just like, dude, he said, you want to tell a funny story in one of your streams? I'm like, yeah. And he told me the story, and I was in hysterics. I'm just like, oh, and like, yeah, he said at the time he was like mortified, but a couple of hours later he was laughing about it. But he's just like, it was mental images he could have done without. And but it's I actually worked at a drive-in, and one of my jobs at the end of the night was, to go around the actual field for the drive-in and pick up any rubbish, or and put the little speakers back up on the stand and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, this one night we'd done like a double feature, finished all the movies, and we were starting to shut down, and we turned the big yard lights on for the actual field, pretty much saying to everybody, go home or, get out. And there was this one car left, and my boss sent me over to knock on their window and tell them to bugger off. Because obviously, it was private property after that, and there's insurance issues, so we can't just leave them there overnight. So my boss wouldn't do it, so he sent me down to go to the car. And as I was approaching, I knew what was going on. It was a scene from the Titanic. The windows were fogged. I'm just like, oh, for crying out loud. Tap, tap, tap on the window, trying to politely ask them to leave. That didn't work. So then I used a lot more foul language and said, if you don't leave now, I'm calling the cops. And they left.
Like you can go somewhere else and finish up, but you just can't finish here. You can't finish here. You just got to go. I don't care where you go and finish, but
just not here.
Not in my backyard.
It was just, that's how, because everyone else had gone, and so we couldn't leave the site until the site was fully shut down. Again, being private property, the insurance wouldn't have covered us if something had gone wrong. So they had to go. They had no choice. We asked them nicely, and they didn't want to comply. So it's like, well, if you don't leave now, we're calling the cops. And I don't want to assume anything after that point, but they left very quickly. Very quickly, they were gone.
Well, right. The thing is, it's like closing time at the bar. It's like you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's like you can go to another pub and get as shit-faced as you want, just not at this establishment.
Yeah. Because I will say that my father used to be a property manager for the housing trust, and he would go around all different neighborhoods, and he would have to do the inspections. So I know all about the suburbs, where he would be like, okay, that's not up to code, and that's not up to code, and that's not up to code.
Well, you also found out in that industry as well, you started to find out which houses were, how do I put this nicely? They were, let's just say they were growing some plants, so to speak. No, just plants, So yeah, they sort of learned after a while which places were doing that. And it's like, oh, okay. They're being entrepreneurial. Why not?
Yes,
right.
And they're going to the local Kmart at Hornsby to buy up all of the coffee grinders.
Well, pretty much. That's what they were doing.
Because I've heard so many stories from Australian toy YouTubers in the northern suburbs of Sydney tell that same story.
It happens. It doesn't take much, and you find out. It's like, oh, okay, now we know.
Yeah. Now we know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Anyway, so before we wrap up here, let's see who we had in the comments today. So we had Stud Sidious, Pandemonious Panda, come down here, Mikey J Productions, Lego Team B. What else do we have here? Dave Bricks 76, Country Bricks Build Craze, who was on the panel. A lot of consistent viewers as normal. We had Rex Studios, Better Not Miss, Danny Fandoms, a couple of Brickheads, Tasman Bricks, who is on the panel right now, Irish Andrew, and that was everyone. So before we wrap up the stream, Chopper, where can we find you on social media?
Don't bother. If you don't know where I am, then that's tough titties.
And Taz, where can we find you
on the
social
interwebs? We can find you on the interwebs, Chop.
Yeah.
And where can we find you?
You can find it everywhere.
Well, Mayo, thank you for the invite. I appreciate it. Mate, Aurora Point Project on YouTube. Tasman Bricks on
I'm
Instagram.
sub to that. If you're not sub to Aurora Point Project, check that out.
Well, thank you, Chop. I appreciate that.
I'm sub to that. Let me get a link for that.
So I've got Aurora Point Project, and then of course Tasman_Bricks over on Twitch as well. But trying to get a bit more content happening for the YouTube channel. Just at the moment, a few other things happening. About to be a Papa very soon, and within the next so very soon. I know it's in November, the due date. So anyway, very busy at the moment, trying to get as much Lego building in as I can, because there's probably going to be a little while where I won't be able to do much building. But looking forward to the next couple of months. It's going to be interesting. Bye-bye sleep. But no, it'll be good. I know it's
the link in the chat is to the channel that he's talking about, and that's probably what he's working on. What he's been working on tonight is for that channel.
Exactly what I'm working on as we speak.
Yep.
So
So
thank
go
you
ahead
for
and sub to that. Give some love out to that. He's working hard on his layout. So
thank you. Thanks, Chop.
And with that being said, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for my guests today, Contra, Redcoat Kyle, Tasman Bricks, and Buttchop 2021. Also, I saw that you changed your handle to Buttchop 2041, so you might need to change. Well, you might want to change your channel name as well, because that's when the next apocalypse is.
yeah, that'll be happening. I'll probably have to do a whatever ceremony. I don't know. A post-apocalyptic ceremony of destruction.
To bring in the next apocalypse. Anyway, thank you everyone. I'll continue to build the Galaxy Explorer on my YouTube streams, my Twitch streams, and my Instagram streams. So follow me and subscribe to me on all of those different places. Anyway, I've got some Lego mock building and cleaning up to do. So everyone else, enjoy the rest of your day or night. Go raid a Brick Hive with the Hive stream, and we'll see you on the next live stream. See you on the next short, and we'll see you in the next video.
We're gonna see a lot of you, and you're gonna see a lot of us.
Yeah, at my normal time slots on Friday nights and Saturday nights. So go right over to Hive, and we'll see you next time. Thank you for watching, everybody.
Thank you for supporting mayohosko Media. Your viewership is very important to us. Tell YouTube you like us by smashing the like button. Let your thoughts be known in the comments down below. Never miss out on any more Lego content from us by hitting the subscribe button and ringing the notification bell. Stay tuned for live streams every Friday night at 9 PM Eastern in North America, and monthly city updates on the last Wednesday or Thursday of every month. If you like Minecraft and gaming streams, follow us on Twitch, mayo_hosko, no capital letters. Twitch streams every Saturday morning at 8 AM Eastern in North America. To be in the know, follow us on Instagram and Twitter at @real_mayohosko. Have fun with us on our Discord server. Friend us on Facebook and join the fan club group. For business inquiries, email us at mayohosko@gmail.com. For historical inquiries, check out our website. For special community perks, including behind the scenes, voting rights, and early access videos, become an investor today by pledging to us on Patreon. Links in the description. Watch this video recommended to you, or check out this playlist if you missed any previous videos of the same genre. This has been mayohosko, and I am a fan of old Lego. #AFO.